Hi guys, good morning, good evening everyone from wherever you are joining from the world. So welcome to Power BI dashboard in a day with Gulf BI Analytics. I warmly welcome everyone and thank you very much for taking this time. And even though it's a free event, so for taking this time and joining for this event, I really appreciate it. Okay. So without further ado, so we'll just jump into our presentation, right? So Power BI dashboard in a day. So what we try to do is within a day, we are trying to build a dashboard from basics to advanced. Like from we are starting from scratch, and then we jump into a advanced level. Okay. So okay. So I'll continue in my presentation. So first of all, I will give you a brief introduction about myself. I'm Kasan Manchanayake. I'm originally from Sri Lanka, and I'm not an IT guy, so I'm a finance guy. So I have been doing Microsoft Excel training for the last 10 years, and currently for the last 3 to 5 years, I left my day job and I'm working as a Power BI consultant and a trainer. Okay, and I run my own company in called Gulf BI Analytics, and currently I'm the leader in Microsoft Saja user group. So Microsoft they have appointed user groups. They have created user groups all around the world. And currently, I'm very much thankful. I'm leading the Saja user group. And also, I have taught more than 1,000 plus students in UAE and all around the world. Okay, then first of all, what is Power BI, right? So, okay, Power BI is a free application which you can download from Microsoft. And this free application will allow you to connect data from different places. Okay. So Power BI is a free application. You don't need to pay anything. You can just go to Power BI, Microsoft Power BI website, and you can download Microsoft Power BI software and you can install it in your computer just like a Excel software. And then using Power BI, you can connect to different data sources, right? Maybe you have your budget data in Excel sheet, and you have your sales data you are coming getting from another ERP system, and your forecast you are getting from another Excel sheet. So when you have your data in multiple places, using Power BI, you can connect to these sources, you can get the data. Because inside Power BI, we don't enter data. What we do is we connect to a data source and we grab the data, and then we use that data to transform the clean the data, and we build the reports based on that data. And once we get the data, what we do is we want to mash up, right? Because we are getting data from different places. So we want to match up the data and we want to build a data model inside Power BI. Yes, so Power BI, so it's a free application, as I mentioned, using Power Query, we will connect to the data and then we will do a data model inside Power BI. And after that, so we will do the analysis. So there is a formula language called DAX inside Power BI. So that using the DAX formulas, we will use the DAX formula. We will do all the analysis. So that's the main part inside Power BI. So if you don't know DAX, it's like you don't know Power BI, right? Because I have seen a lot of visualizations. Because visualization is just it's like peanuts. I would say like it's not that hard. So once you know the proper analysis, the DAX calculations, you can simply convert into a visualization. Okay. So using the DAX expressions, you will analyze your data, and then using the Power BI visualizations, you will convert it to visuals and you can share it with the others. So that is like the 10,000 foot overview, very high level overview about Power BI. Okay. Okay. These are the some of the dashboards that I prepared. So this because you are coming from, maybe you are coming from finance, maybe you are coming from HR, maybe you are coming from engineering. It doesn't matter. So you can build report from any industry. Doesn't matter. So if you are working with data, if you are working with reporting, so what you can do is using Power BI, you can build any sort of dashboards like this. Okay. And the evolution of BI. So first wave is the, okay, so I will give you how the BI, the evolution of BI. Okay, first of all, so earlier we had to depend on the IT, right? Earlier, when we want to get a BI report, intelligence report, or maybe when we want to get some analytics, what we had to do is like 10 years, 15 years back, we had to depend on IT. Okay, so we have to depend on IT when we are getting this information. So maybe you request the report from IT, so they will build it from their end and they will share it with the users. And the second wave is like 5 to 10 years back, the softwares like Tableau, Power BI, and ClickView, these softwares got introduced. Okay. After that, people who has some sort of analytical skills, they started using these tools and they got the access to the source data and they started building reports. So after that, so they have sort of IT background, like some sort of coding knowledge and some sort of business background, right? So they used to build the reports and they used to share it with the end users. Okay, that's the second wave. Then the third wave or this current era is people like you and me, who the end users, now using these tools like Power BI and those kind of BI tools, they have access to the source data. Now you don't need to depend on IT or you don't need to depend on analyst. Okay. Now what you can do is you can build your report by yourself. Okay. So if you know the requirement, you can connect to the source data and from yourself, you can build the report and you can do the natural language query. You can analyze everything. So, and you can do the complete BI solutions as per your requirement. So now this is what's happening in the current companies, right? Because of this the pandemic situation and everything, now a lot of things got changed during the last year. Now, if you're accountant, if you are engineer, or if you are a HR professional, it's not about your like the main skill. Maybe you have started qualified, or maybe you have HR qualification. So, but now with those basic qualification, the core qualification, you should have some reporting tool like Power BI or maybe any other software. Okay, so then only you can balance, because now in the current companies, a lot of companies are looking for these skills, not just HR plus tool like Power BI or some other software, and do the reporting and automating your reporting process like this. Okay, then I will move on to the end users needs. As an end user, as a report creator, what we need is first we need to access the data, right? So maybe your data is in a SQL server or Excel file or Access database. You have to first access the data. Okay, then you have to do the cleanings, because sometimes the data that we need, it's not in the format that we need, right? It's not in the way that we need, so we need to do some transformations. And then we need to mash up the data, because we are getting data from some sales data from Excel files, some budget information from another Excel file, and your sales transaction from Oracle or SAP. So you are getting data from different places. But in order to analyze all this data together, you have to mash up everything, right? And then after you mash up, after you build the data model, you need to explore the data, you need to analyze it. So you have different analysis capabilities in Power BI. So likewise, you have to analyze the data. And once you do the analysis, so there's no any point unless you visualize your data, right? So you have to visualize the data. And then finally, I mean, once you create the report, there's no any point of keeping the data with you. So what you have to do is you have to share it with others and get the share your insights and update your end users. So Power BI has addressed all these requirements. So using Power BI, you can access data from any place. So currently there are like 100, 200 odd connectors, data connectors are there within Power BI. And then you can clean the data, you can clean, transform, you can do all these things very efficiently within Power BI. and then you can mash up your data, and then so you can explore the data using the DAX calculations, and then can visualize your data with very rich number of visuals we have inside Power BI, and then finally you can share your reports. So I saw there are a lot of questions coming on, so I will try to answer the questions as much as possible um, during the break, because we are taking a break after 2 hours. Because the thing is, within the 6 hours, I'm trying to cover a lot of things. So we'll see the questions as much as possible. I will try to answer. Okay. Yes. So then I will explain you what are the main pillars in Power BI. Okay. So we have the Power Query, so which is data where we used to transform and clean the data. So that is our ETL tool where we used to extract and transform load data into Power BI. So Power Query is so powerful. We'll be covering it. I mean, in our training, we are doing in-house training and the online trainings as well. So we'll be covering in depth about all these things. So now what we're going to do is we will be covering some of the parts inside Power Query. Okay. And then the data modeling. So that is the cornerstones in Power BI, because when you got the data from different places, you have to combine all your data and you have to mash up everything. So we use the data model feature for that. And then the Power BI desktop, where once we transform the data and once we build the data model, we will do all the DAX calculations inside the Power BI desktop, and we will transform it to visualizations. And finally, when you want to share your report, you will use the Power BI service account, where you can share insights, the reports with other users. Okay. And then, okay, now you might think, why Power BI specifically? There are a lot of BI tools out in the market, but why specifically Power BI? Okay, so the reason is, I will give you some of the reasons, top reasons why you need to use Power BI. So with Power BI, you can connect your data. It doesn't matter where you have your data. Maybe it's in an Excel file, SQL Server, Oracle, SAP. So whatever it is, you can connect your data. So as you can see on this screen, using the Get Data option, you can connect to whatever the data source you have. So there are like 200 odd data connectors are there, where you can connect and grab the data into the Power BI. So okay, then we will teach you how to prep the model, right? Then inside Power BI, you can build a data model, something called a data model. So because you are getting data from different places, so what you need to do is you will be building a data model inside the Power BI. Okay, so the lines that you see here, those are the relationships. So you are getting data from different places, and this data you can connect using these relationships. And then third, you can analyze your data using the DAX calculations. So it is with DAX, you can do very advanced calculations, like in a month, who are the new customers, how many customers drop from the new customers, how much revenue you generated. So likewise, you can do very advanced analytics very easily using the DAX formulas, which you take like a lot of time from the Excel. You can convert it very easily using the DAX formulas. Okay, that's where the real power behind the Power BI. Okay, and you can just convert those calculation into very very interactive visuals. There are these visuals are very awesome inside the Power BI, these BI tools. So you can just convert very easily these calculations into visuals, and you can give a really appealing view to the end users. And then you can explore the data, even though you don't know anything about creating visualizations. There's something called Q&A, which we are going to discuss during the today's session. And using the Q&A, you can just search for like, okay, what are the top 10 customers, and you can build visuals using the Q&A feature. And also the using the artificial intelligence, because Power BI, they are spending a lot of time and on these updates. So every month they are working on the updates, and they're using a lot of AI based artificial intelligence and different algorithm based visuals. So using these ones, you can get AI insights as well. Okay, and then as long as you have internet connection, so you can access Power BI from anywhere, because we have the service account, which is online version. So you can, as long as you have internet connection, you can log in from your mobile, or you can log in from your tablet or PC. So you can log into your service account, and you can anytime you can analyze your data with Power BI. And finally, you have connected to your data sources. Right now, you might think, okay, you have connected, but when you update your new data, what's going on? So there is something called data refresh, where you can refresh your data source every 4 hours, every 8 hours a day, every hours a day, and always you can get the real-time data into the Power BI. Okay, so who can use Power BI? So I would say anyone. You know, maybe you're from HR, you are finance, sales, investment banking. So whatever the industry you are, whatever the department that you are working in, but as long as you are working 1 to 2 hours in the reporting, so I think definitely you should move to Power BI and you should learn this amazing software. Okay. And there's a company called Gartner. So they are working on the like they do market research on different software products. So as of 2020, so as per their analysis, okay, so Microsoft, they were the number one in the market in the BI. Okay, and then as of 2021, can you see still Microsoft the number one? They are the number one in the market, and can you see the gap? This gap has been increased from 2020 to 2021. Okay, so that's why you should learn Power BI. So this is keep growing. You know, there are a lot of millions, billions of Excel users around the world. So all these Excel users, they are getting transformed to Power BI for the reporting. Okay, because I'm not saying that okay, we are going to replace Excel, because no, this is both our Microsoft Power BI. I mean Microsoft product. So mainly for the reporting, you can use the Power BI as a, because it's really awesome and really advanced when it comes to the analytics and the visualizations and sharing your reports. Okay, then finally, when it comes to the license, because Power BI, there are two versions, the desktop versions. This is just like, you know, you are installing Excel, Microsoft Excel, right? You can just install Microsoft Power BI desktop. It's a free version. You can just Google for the Power BI desktop, and you can freely install it. There is no any cost. But when you want to share your report with someone else, just like in Excel, we don't do like, you know, attach it to a mail and add as attachment and send it to that other person. We can't do that in Power BI. What we do is we do something called publish. In order to do the publish, you have to have this account, like the license. Okay. So there's the basic license is $10, and we have the premium per user, $20 per month, and the per capacity is $5,000 per month. That's for the big companies, but you can take the $10 per month license, which you will get 60 days trial. You can just, you know, play with it and see how it works. So once you get the license, you will get online space from Microsoft Cloud, and you will get a username and password where you can log in and put your reports, and from there you can share your reports with another user who has a license. Okay, so that's about the licensing part, and yes, that's pretty much about the introduction. So yes, and then I will try to jump into our project. Okay. Okay, so I will close this window, and currently I'm sharing my active window, right? Okay. And yes, before we move on to the our dashboard in the day session, I just want to give you a small introduction like about our company. We Gulf BI Analytics, we provide training and consultancy. So this is our main program, like analyzing and visualizing data with Power BI. So it's a 999 dirhams. It's a paid course. I think roughly it's like $270. So in this course, we'll be explaining you everything. So it's 25 hours course. So, and we'll be explaining everything on Power Query, the data modeling and the DAX calculations, and how to design interactive reports. So these are some of the comments from our recent students, because some of the students. So if you want, you can join. We are starting a new batch on the 9th April, Friday in this month. And we have some other courses as well. So by mastering Power BI DAX calculations and financial reporting with Power BI and Excel as well. We have some courses on Microsoft Excel as well. So you can go to our courses. I will just put it on the chat. Okay, you can just bookmark if you required. So, and then yes, then I will jump into our session. Okay. Okay. So hope you all can see my screen dashboard in a day. Okay. So first of all, I will show you what we are going to build at the end of today's session. So at the end of today's session, this is what you going to have. Okay. So I'll be giving you all the materials and the recording as I mentioned you earlier. So I will share a link to our Telegram group, just like WhatsApp. It's a Telegram group, because in Telegram group we can handle like 100,000 users. So I will send you the link so you can join for that group, and after that you can get the materials and the recording and of the today's session. And this data is from Microsoft. So this is the session, this is the dashboard that we are going to build today. So you can see the market analysis. So when you select different markets, different competitors, you will see it's getting changed. And you have this play axis where you can change your reports. And then when you go here, you can see by time periods, by different years, you can see the analysis. And also you have the manufacturers list. When you click on each button, you can see it's activating and deactivating. Right, so this is the final dashboard that we are going to build. So in order to do that, in this next 5 hours, we'll try to complete this dashboard. And we are just starting from just these Excel files. Okay, this is our data. Okay, so our data is in these folders. So yes, so these are our data. We have data about our sales, and then we have data about our different dimensions, like the geographical areas where we're selling the data, and our products and our competitors, manufacturers. So all this information we have in these 3 files. So these are the sales from different companies, different countries. And then you have the sales information about USA, and we have some other information like the products and the manufacturers and the geography. Okay, so what we try to do is we are trying to get this data into the Power Query, and we will try to build our model from scratch. Okay, so I'll close everything. So what I'm going to do is now I will open a blank Power BI file. Okay, so first of all, what I'm trying to do is I will load my data one by one, and I will get the data into the Power Query. And after that, I will build the data model. And on top of that, I will build the DAX calculations and finally the visualization. Okay. So first of all, I need to get the data. Okay. So in order to get the data, I have to click on this get data menu. Okay. So before that, I will just give you a small introduction about Power BI interface. So here you have the report view. So this is the place. Today's session, actually, we are going to just scratch the surface. Okay. because Power BI is not something that we can complete within 6 hours, but we will try to cover some main areas and we'll try to build a dashboard, small dashboard within this 5 hours time. Okay, because there are a lot of concepts are there. We will not be able to go in detail, in depth in these concepts, but we'll try to do within 5 hours. We'll try to achieve like how to get the data and how to build a model and how to finish a dashboard. Okay, so here you have the report view. This is the place where you create all the visualizations. You can add new reports just like in Excel. And here you have the data view where you can see your data just like in Excel table. Okay. And here you have the model view. There's something called model view. So once you load your data, this is the place where you're going to create the relationships and everything. Okay. So then first of all, I will go to the report and I will go to my home ribbon. This one. Okay. This is my home ribbon. And I will click on the get data. Okay, I will click on get data and I will try to get my data into Power BI. So my first data is in a CSV file. Okay, so based on the file type that you are using, you have different options here. Maybe it's Excel, maybe it's a Power BI dataset or Power BI data flow or SQL server or from website or from a text CSV file. So based on the different file type that you are using, you have a different option to get the data. Also, if you click on more, I click on the more button, it will allow you to connect to some other sources like IBM, Oracle, SAP, Google, Azure. Likewise, there are so much of connectors are there, Dynamics 365. So you can just go through this list and you can see whatever the system that you are using in your company, is it here. Even if it is not there, you can just export your data to Excel file, and from there you can connect it to Power BI. Okay, so I'll just close this. So my data is first data that I'm going to load is my sales data. It's in a CSV file. So I will click on get data and I will select this text CSV option. Okay, and I will click on that. So now once I click on that, it will take me to my folder where I have my data. Okay, so I will go to the data and I will open my first sales file. Okay, it's in this data folder, US sales. So I'll click on this file and I will click open. Okay, so then what I will do is, okay, once I open the data, can you see it says file origin, delimiter, data type detection, and transform data, load data, so different options. Okay, so from here, okay, I will explain you what is this data type detection. That means not like in Excel, okay, when you are working with Power BI, so it always asks you to give a data type. Okay, so that means from here it is asking what is how should I detect the data type. So Power BI is asking me, so I have few options. I can say, okay, based on the first 200 rows detect the data type, or based on the entire data set, or do not detect data types. Okay, so what it will do is it will go through your data. So let's say I have 5 columns here, right? So it will go through the product ID column row by row. Power BI will do this. When I say detect the data type based on first 200 rows, he will go through the first 200 rows in my data. Okay, and he will think, okay, this column looks like a number, so I will give the number data type to this. Okay, so likewise, column by column, then he will jump to the next column and he will look, okay, this looks like a date value for me. Okay, I will give the date data type for this. Okay, and then zip code, okay, it looks like a number, I will give the number format. Likewise, he will go through my data and he will decide the data type. Okay, so that's what it's doing by this data type detection. If you want, you can just ignore it and you can do it by manually by yourself as well. And then you have the transform data and the load the data. That means load means basically without going to this Power Query, there is something called Power Query. You will just drop your data, dump your data into Power BI. But as a best practice, I always recommend you to go to transform data, which will take you to the ETL or as the extract, transform, load, or the Power Query tool inside Power BI. Okay, and you can go there and you can do some cleanings to your data. Okay, so what I will do is without loading data, I will just click on transform data. So as I mentioned you guys earlier in this session, we are trying to scratch the surface only. Okay, there are a lot of things going inside Power BI, so you have to learn so much of things. But we'll see today. In today's session, I will try to give maximum to build a dashboard, but I will not be covering everything. Okay, so okay, so now I have loaded the sales data, and can you see once I load the data, there is something called applied steps in this side. Okay, I will highlight it. So that means whenever you load some data, so whatever the changes that we are doing, if you remove a column, if you delete something, it's getting recorded just like a macro. Okay, so whatever the step that you are doing, it's getting recorded. That's why the Power Query is so powerful. So every single thing that you are going to do in here, except the changing of this name here, except that everything else going to get recorded. So can you see, if you click on these steps, it will give you a preview of your data at that point. Okay, see, this is how we load the data: product ID, date, SIP, units, revenue. It's in the first row. See, then there's something called promoted headers. That means it's promoting that line as a header. Okay, then as I told you, change type. This is what I mentioned you earlier when we load the data, right? So this will change the data type. So if you see here, everything it says ABC. Okay, and if you click on ABC, can you see these are the data types inside Power Query? So decimal numbers, fixed decimal numbers, whole numbers, percentage, date, text values. So likewise, you have different data types, but currently it's all ABC because we haven't detected the data type yet. Okay, then if you click on the change type, can you see product ID, it became a number 123. This value became a date. Zip code became a text, a number. Unit numbers, revenue, decimal number. So likewise, it's getting changed. Okay. So then, okay, then first thing what I want to do is in this sales data, the zip code. Okay, zip code. I don't want to do any calculations using the zip code. So what I'm going to do, I will try to transform this zip code into a text value. Okay, so in order to change the data type, so there are multiple ways. Okay, so if you want, you can go here, and from here you can do the change type, or else you can come here, you can click on this button and you can change the data type. So there are multiple ways to do the same thing inside Power BI. Power BI. I see this thing so many places. Okay, so you can do whatever the convenience. So I always prefer to do it from here. 1, 2, 3 text. Okay, and it is asking me whether you want to replace the current step, because there is something called change type step. See, so there is a step called change type. So he's asking me whether you want to add a new line like another change type, or you want to do the replace whatever the current step, because it says it has already converted it to a number. So I'll say just replace the current. Instead of number, just change it to ABC. That's why it didn't add a new step here. Okay, so then okay, now I'm in my Power Query, right? So this is Power Query. So from here, we going to do a lot of transformations, data transformation. And then I'm going to load my second file. Okay, all my data in Excel or CSV. Okay, so for this example, for this dashboard, we are using our data from Excel or a CSV file. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to load this BI dimension. It's in the same folder. So I'm going to load this file. So what I will do is now inside Power Query as well. Okay, inside guys, just some of you guys have requested the data. I will provide the data because I'm doing a little bit fast. I don't think you will be able to follow along with me now. So I will provide the data, all the materials, the recording once you join for this Telegram group, which I will share you later. Okay. So now I'm trying to load data from a text Excel file. Okay, my BI dimension is Excel file. So I will click on that and I will click on open. And inside this file, I have yes, because not like CSV file. Now, if you notice, when I'm opening a CSV file, it gave me a different window, right? But when I'm opening Excel file, it's giving me a different window. So file to file, like whatever the data source that you are selecting, this interface will get changed. When you are getting data from SQL Server, you have to enter the database name and the server name. So likewise, it is get changed. But once you get the data and once you transform it to Power Query, it will be all same. Okay. Okay. Now this is my Excel file. So I have the products detail. This one, you can click on the this name and you can see a preview in here in the right hand side. Okay, so this is my product table, that's fine. And the geography data, okay, that is also fine. But I cannot load it as unless I put a tick mark here. So I'll put a tick mark. And the manufacturers also, it's fine. So I'll put a tick mark as well. And another product, so actually that is the same thing as the product table, no? So now you might think why there are two products. So the difference is the one with the blue line, it's a table. Okay, inside Excel, it's a table. And these ones are Excel sheets. Okay, so I will not load this one because I don't want to keep duplicate or the redundant data. So I will load this product table and geo sheet and the manufacturer sheet. So now you might think, where is the transform data, load data? Because now we are inside the Power Query. So you don't have so many options. You just click on OK and it will just put it in Power Query. Okay, so I'll click on OK. And it is loading my data into the Power Query. So now I have sales, products, geo, manufacturing. We will change these names later. Okay. Before that, first we will see how we can get all our data. Okay. Then what I can do is I will go to my folder. So I have loaded the BI dimensions, sales data. Then I want to load this international sales. Okay. So there are some files. So if I double click and open, all these are CSV files. Okay. So these files contains, sorry, so these files contains about the products, dates, ship, units, revenue, and country. Okay. For each country, what are the products we sold, what is the revenue, and what are the dates. Likewise, we have the same information for all the countries. Okay, if I just open the Germany as well, so it will show me the same data, right? So the column names are same. Okay, so the same structure, same names. So in that case, what I can do, since all the names are same and it's all same kind of data, instead of loading it one by one, what I can do, I can load this complete folder. Okay, so since all my data is same, okay, so what I can do is I will go to new source. At this time, I'm not going to load it as a text CSV or Excel. What I'm going to do is I'm going to load this data using a folder connection. There is something called folder connection. So whatever the data that you are putting into this folder, if it is in the same structure, and then it can be different structure as well. We can get that data as well, but we can load this data at once. Okay, so I will click on folder connection. Can you see here? Sorry. See here, this folder connection. In this folder connection, I will click on connect and I'm trying to get this data. So what you need to do is you can click on browse and you can go to that path where you have your data and click on OK. But I don't feel like doing it in that way. So I have a very easy method. What I do is I will go to my folder in the Windows Explorer and I will just copy the path from here. So it's international sales, right? This one. So I'll just copy the path from here, Control C, copy the path, come here, Control V, and OK. Guys, today's session I'm doing a little bit fast, okay? So this is now how we do the original sessions. We are doing a little bit slower because I know a lot of people are coming from business background. You guys are not all IT people. So maybe you all are coming from Excel background. So we will explain everything in a simplified manner, but today's session, it will be a little bit faster because we are trying to achieve a lot of things within this 5 hours. Okay. Okay. So now you click on, once you use that folder connection, it will show you, okay, these are the files you have inside that folder. Okay. So you can click on combine and transform data. So this, what this will do is, this will, without doing any transformations, it will combine the data into one file. Okay. Now my data I have in 6 files, right? Australia, Canada, Germany, Japan, Mexico, Nigeria. What this will do is, this will combine your data into one file and transform. But instead of doing that, I just want to click on transform, because always I prefer to go to the Power Query and show you what is happening behind the scene. Okay. So I'll click on transform data. And these are my 6 files. So what I'm going to do is, when you load the data, always you will see there's something called content. Okay. The content, this column has the files that you have in your folder. So if you click on the blank space of the side, can you see? It will show you these files like Mexico, Nigeria, these files, right? So what you can do is, you want only this file, because I did the name, extension, the date access, these fields I don't need. So I want to remove this column. So if I want to remove anything inside Power Query, so what you can do is, you can right click and remove. Okay. Or else you can select the column. You can come here and remove columns. So whenever you do something inside Power Query, what happens? It's getting recorded here, right? But there's a nice cool feature, right? When you, let's say you have 100 unwanted columns, right? So in that case, you cannot select one by one and delete. Maybe what you can do is, you can select the column that you want to keep, okay? And then right click, there's something called remove other columns, this one, okay? Using this option, you can remove all the other columns except the selected ones. And in applied steps, can you see there is only one step now? Okay. So I'm going to right click and remove other columns. See, when I do that, it has added a new step. But if you did it mistakenly, what you can do? You can just click on the X out and undo that, right? So we'll right click, remove other columns. I'll do it again. And yes, now I can see my data. Then what I can do is, there's something called combine. Okay. That means I'm going to combine these files into one file, because all the data structure is same. Okay, so what I can do is, I can click on this button. When I click on this button, what happens is, Power Query is creating a sample file, sample format, and he's doing something in the background. Okay, and he is combining these files into one file. So if you see here, currently we have 2 steps only in the applied step, right? And so you can see this same combined file button in here as well. Okay. So if I click here, this will merge all files in the given column into single table. Okay. So all the files in this column will convert into single table. So I'll click on that and see. So Power Query will do something from the backend. Okay. And then it will show you the preview of the data. And then I will, when I click on OK, it will show you, okay, this is the first file, the Australia one, and this is the sample. And he's taking a sample, and then Power Query, he will do some steps. See, he's getting a sample, and he's create a parameter, something called parameter. And then he is use function and invoke it to the other files, and he's combining it. So these things I'm not going to teach you now. So that's what happened behind the scene. And now if you see this report, see, so usually you will see only one value, because by default Power Query is evaluating only the first 1,000 rows. Okay, so you can click on load more, and it will show you all the other countries which were there inside that folder, right? Australia, Canada, Germany, Japan, Mexico, Nigeria, everything has been combine it to one file. Okay, and just Nicholas has given a comment that now when you remove anything inside Power BI, so you might think, okay, what happens to the behind the scene, like what happens to the source file, right? So when you delete something in Power Query, it is not affecting to the source file, because we are inside Power BI, we are working on a copy of our data. Okay, so our original data is in the source. We are just taking a copy, but we have a connection to the data, right? So that's why whenever you update the data, this data will also get updated. Okay, but whenever you delete something, it will not affect your source data. It is happening on the Power BI Power Query end only. Okay, so then in here also I have the, okay, I'll just look at the my columns: product ID, date, zip, units, revenue, country. Okay, everything looks fine, but zip code I will keep as a text column in everywhere. Okay, and everything else looks fine for me. Okay, then okay, I will, this is my all the data. I have sales, products, geo, manufacturers information, and international sales. So those are my all the data. So what I'm going to do is, as a best practice, always try to give a proper name to your data. Okay, so I'm trying to rename these tables. So there are multiple ways to rename the tables. Maybe you can just double click here. So these tables means the queries, whatever the data that you loaded. Okay, so you can just double click here and rename, or maybe you can right click and rename, or else you can go here and rename. Okay, so there are multiple ways to do the same thing. You can do whatever the way that is easier for you. Okay, so I will rename this as fact sales. So now you might think why I put fact. Okay, so in the data modeling world, we have two types of tables: fact tables and the dimensions. So fact means, I will give you a simple introduction. Like fact means the transactional, the events or the data that is getting changed every day, like sales information, attendance, production data. Likewise, these are the things which is getting changed, and that's why I put in front of sales table I put fact, and the products, it's a dimension table. Okay, so I'll click on dim products. Okay, and here also I'll change it to dim geography, and then dim manufacturer, because all are dimension tables, which means we are using these tables. In these tables, mainly these are the attributes. Like for an example, when you're entering a sales invoice, what you do, you are entering only the, like, product name, quantity, price, and the sales amount, right? But as an analyst, you don't, when you want to do analysis, you don't enough these fields, right? Sometimes you want to look at sales by brands, look at sales by product color, look at the sales by product model, right? And look at sales by different months, different years. So when you want to do this kind of advanced analytics, uh, you have to have these additional fields. So these are the fields, these are the additional attributes called, we call them as dimension tables. So we will provide this information, all this information about the product in these dimension tables, and we are essentially trying to connect with the fact table in our data model and trying to analyze using these fields in this dimension table. So that's, I know that's very high level overview about the dimension and fact. And then finally, the international sales, I will rename it as fact int sales. Okay, now I have renamed all my data. So now I'm trying to look at my data tables one by one, and I will see what are the transformations that I want to do. Okay, before that, I'll look at some of the questions and I will try to answer it during the break. Okay. Okay, then I will first go to my product table. Okay, and I will see what are the things that I can change here. Okay, I have the product ID and I have a column called product, category, manufacturer ID, price. Okay. First thing what I want to do is the product column, this one. Okay. It looks fine for me, but actually there are two informations available inside this column, the product and the segment also. Okay. It's in the one same column. So I can split it using this pipe. Okay. This sign, we call it as pipe. Okay. So I want to split these two values. Okay. So what I will do is because this values are in one column now, product and segment, I want to put it into the two columns. So I'll select this column and I will go to this transform ribbon, and there are two columns, right? Two ribbons, transform and add column. So basically the difference between, because sometimes you might see the same options. Okay, this is statistics as standard, format. See here also format, statistics, standard. You might see the same option in both the columns. The difference is if you do it in the transform, it will do that whatever the change or the transformation that you are doing, it's doing in the same column. And if you use add column, it will create a new column and will do that transformation. Okay, that's the difference between this transform and the add column. So I will go to the transform because I want to split this existing column into two columns. I will select that column and I will use this split column option. Okay, I'll click on the split column option and I will click on by delimiter. Okay, so I'm using the delimiter. My delimiter is this pipe. Okay, so see, Power Query using the IntelliSense is trying to suggest me, okay, you can use the delimiter as the dash, but that's not my requirement. So I will say it's not should be dash, it should be the pipe. So I will press shift and this. So you can find it in your keyboard above the enter sign. In my case, I'm not sure whether in your keyboard. So then I have only one pipe, even it's left, right, it doesn't matter. I will say each occurrence. So using this one, I want to split my these values into two columns. So I'll click on OK. Yes. So now these two values has been split into two columns. So I'll just double click on the header. This is how you rename the column names. I'll rename it as product, and this one, double click segment. Okay. So I have product ID, product segment, category, manufacturer ID, price. Okay. Price is in ABC, but price I want to keep it as a decimal number, right? So what I will do is I will try to convert it to a decimal number. Oh. I'm getting an error. Why? Because I cannot convert. Okay. If I did something mistake, what I can do? I can just click on the X and I can undo that, right? So that's how you do the undo in PowerPoint. Because there is something called USD here, the currency. Because it's a text value, I cannot convert into a number. Okay. In that case, what we should do is we have to extract the number part into another column, right? So to do that, there are multiple ways. Okay. One is you can split. Still, you can split, right? Using the space. I think there is only one space. Yes. We can split these two values into two columns. But I'm going to show you a different approach now. Okay. So because I'm trying to teach you different things during this small number of data. Okay. So the price column, I can go to this add column. Okay. I will go to this add column here. There is something called column from example. This is really awesome feature. Okay. I really like this. Okay. You can do so much of things. So what you can do, what I'm going to do is now, I am going to extract this price from this column into another column. That is my requirement. Okay. So to do that, I will select this column. I will go to column from example. I will click on this drop down and I'll say from selection, this one. Okay. I'll click on from selection. Then what this will do is actually, if I can tell examples, okay, I can just type it. I can just type the examples and I can tell, okay, this is what I want to extract. So can you do the same for all the other rows as well? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I will just double click here. What is the matching row? This one, right? So I'll say extract me 412.13. Extract me this value. So like I'm just manually typing. So once I type and enter, sometimes I have to give multiple examples. Maybe I have to do in 2-3 rows. But if it is a very easier one, he will pick it from the first example. Okay, if I press enter, can you see the gray colored ones? These are from every row he has extracted the number. Can you see here? Power query, he has written a small function now in order to guess this value. Okay, so I can click on OK and see now my numbers are in a separate column. Okay, now I can convert it to a decimal number, right? No issues, it will just convert the number to decimal, and I will double click and change the max retail price, MRP. Okay. Then let's say I want to extract and then I want to extract the USD, the currency, into another column. Okay. So what I will do, I will select the column. I can do the same thing, right? Or maybe I can just split it, but I really like to do this one. It's really cool feature. So from selection, I'll just type, I want to extract USD. Sometimes when I have more currencies, maybe I have to give multiple examples, but I think in this file, we have only the USD. So when I type enter, yes, from one shot, he picked what I want to extract. Okay. Okay. Because in this column, I have only the USD currency. I know that. Okay. Then I can change this as currency. Okay, I have the MRP currency and this one I don't need now because I don't want to keep redundant data. Okay, so I'll just right click and remove. So even to remove a column, there are multiple ways. Right click and remove, or else you can go to home ribbon, select the column, remove columns, remove from here. So multiple ways. Okay, so I'll select and I'll do it from here. Can you see removed columns? The new step has been added. Okay, then yeah, that's all. And also, I just want to highlight a small thing. In Power Query, sometimes when you do these things and you stop your model from here, let's say after 6 months, you're going to come back and look at your model. Sometimes you don't remember what you did, right? It says, see, what are the steps? It says insert text after delimiter, rename columns. It doesn't make sense, right? So, but what you can do is you can rename these steps. Can you see? Right click and rename. Okay. So you can put a meaningful name. Whatever you did at that time, you can write a meaningful name. So maybe what I did actually here, inserted text after delimiter, right? I can say, I can rename this extracted uh, price into another column. So you can type anything. Okay. So likewise, you can give meaningful name. So whenever you look at your model or someone else look at your model, it will be really easier for them to understand. Okay, I'll click on the last step and I have to do one more thing. If you look at the category column, can you see there are a lot of null values? Okay, because when we store our data with hierarchies, this is what happens, right? I mean, all these seasons supposed to be under mixed category, but here only I have the mix and all these are null underneath that cell, and the productivity it's rural and the rest of is null. This one is null. So what I want to do is I just want to fill this value to the other cells as well. Okay. In order to do that, there is a feature called fill down. Can you see in the transform ribbon fill? You can do fill up and fill down. How it works is whenever you have a null cell, okay, so these ones are null. Nulls means blanks in Power Query. Okay, so if there's a cell without anything, it's not blank inside Power Query. Okay, so he doesn't consider it as a blank. It should, the null word should be there. That's a must. Now, when it says null, what you can do, you can copy this value to the below cells until it finds another field cell or any cell with a value. Okay, so what I can do, I can select this column. I can click on fill down. Can you see? Mix has been copied to all the other cells until it finds a value. Then that one. So likewise, it's getting copied down. Okay, so I think the products table looks fine for me now. Okay, and then I will go to the geography. Okay, so this is my geography tables, and I will just, if I go to the geography table, I'll just open the Excel file as well. Okay, can you see there are some two unwanted rows? Okay, that's why you see here this last updated dates and everything. So what I want to do is I don't want this data here. So I will try to remove these two columns. Okay. So inside Power Query, there's one thing, you cannot enter data. Okay. So if I try to enter something, you cannot do. Power Query is not to enter the data. Only thing you can do is you can transform and you can do any changes as well. Only the changes. Okay. And Vinayak is asking, can we export the transform file? You cannot export, but you can copy the table. See, copy entire table. Okay, you can copy entire table and just paste it in Excel sheet. That you can do. Okay, and guys, I want to show you one thing. This is actually apart from the today's session. That whatever the things that you are learning today from here, it's all available in the Microsoft Excel as well. Okay, so maybe if we had enough time, I will just show you by jumping to Excel how you can find this feature, the Power Query inside Excel. Okay, you just need to activate one add-in. So if we have time, I will try to show it to you. And geography. Okay, so now I am in the geographic table. So I will try to remove these two columns. Okay, so there is one limitation inside Power Query. You cannot, if you want to delete a particular row, you cannot do that. But there's a trick that you can transpose your table to the other way around and you can delete the column. Like you can transform this row into column and then you can delete. That's a separate way, but by default, you cannot delete any selected row. Only you can delete if you go home. So these are the only options you have. Top rows, bottom rows, alternative, duplicates, blanks, and errors. Okay. But my requirements is only to delete this first two rows. Okay. So I can use the top rows option, right? Remove top rows. And I will say top two rows I want to delete. Okay. Yes. Remove top rows. Can you see the step has been added? Then I will promote this header city, state. I will just promote it to headers. Okay. I will go to transform. Can you see here? Use first row as headers. I'll click on that and I will promote it to the headers. Okay. I have zip code, city, state, region, district, country. Looks fine for me. Only thing is a zip code. I want to change it to text. Okay, replace the current because there's a one step currently added. I want to replace the same. Okay. Okay, so geography data is also looks fine for me. And then I will jump into the manufacturer's data. Okay, so I'll try to show you the Excel file as well. So this is how our manufacturer data looks like. Okay, but I want to transform it to the other way, right? Other way around. Okay, so I'll show you. So I'm in here. First thing is this manufacturer ID, manufacturer, and logo. Okay, now it's in 3 rows, right? I want to transpose it to the 3 columns. So before that, these last 3 rows I don't need. Okay, what I will do, I will again go to home, remove rows, remove bottom rows, and last 3 rows I will remove. Okay, then so I told you, right? If I want, even if I can't remove rows, I can do a small trick, like I can transpose and I can remove it as a column, but I don't want to remove anything. So I just want to turn this to the other way around. So what I will do is I will select the query. I will go to transform, and can you see there's something called transpose? Okay, I click on that and transpose my data. Now I have the manufacturer ID as a column, manufacturer as a column, logo as a column. Okay, so now I will promote the headers and manufacturer ID. I have manufacturer and the logo. Okay, so that is also looks fine for me. And before the break, I'll try to take some questions. Okay, we are taking a break in another 50 minutes. Okay, and after that 1 hour, we will try to connect. And then, okay, manufacturer table is looks fine for me. Then I am going to this international sales. So this table is also looks fine. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I have the sales for USA. This is my USA sales, right? And this is the sales from other countries. Okay, so when it comes to this, both are, can you see, both are my fact, right? These are my transactional data. In that case, I don't want to keep it in two separate tables. So what I prefer to do is I want to combine these two and keep it in one table. Okay, and what are the columns in this table? Product ID, date, ship, units, revenue, and country. This is the international sales. And sales also product ID, date, ship, units, revenue I have, except country. Okay, now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do something called append. Append means I'm trying to combine. Okay, I'll try to show you with one example. Okay, so what I'm trying to do now is, okay, I will, okay, this is what it means by append. Okay, so now I have two tables, right? I have my sales. So if I show you, this is my one table, fact sales, and this is my other table, fact international sales. Okay, so it's just like this. I have two tables. So what I'm trying to do is using the append option, I am trying to combine. Okay, and if you notice in my fact international sales, I have a country column, which I don't have in my fact sales table. So when I'm going to do the appending, what happens? It doesn't matter. I mean, even though it's a different order, it doesn't matter. Okay. So Power Query is very intelligent, smart, even though this column order is different. As long as the column name is same, A, B, B, C, and C. Okay. He will combine the based on the name. Okay. Not based on anything, based on the name. So can you see the final result here? 1, 2, 3 from this table, 4, 5 from this table, append in one column. Okay, and column C is available in the first table, right? Only in the first table. In the second table, I don't have, so there are some null values. Column D, it's only available in the second table, 4, 5 is there. So there are some nulls in the first table. Okay, that is what appending will do. Okay, so I'm trying to do the same in here. So in order to do that, what I will do is I will select a one table and I will go to this home ribbon, and can you see append queries? Okay, I will click on append queries and I will just do it on the same table. And it is asking me whether you have two tables or more than two tables. If it is more than two tables, you can just select this one. Okay, I'll select this one because even if it is two or more, I can use the same, right? My other table is fact international. You can double click or you can just drag and drop. You can do any method. Okay, so these are the two tables. And then what I will do is I will click on OK. Okay, now can you see the countries? They are in the fact international sales table. So it came here. And but there are some nulls because in my sales table I don't have the country, so it's null. But if you click on the drop down, basically you will see first null because Power Query by default it's analyzing only the first 1,000 rows only. So if you click on load more, you will see all the other countries. Australia, Nigeria, it's loading it still because these files have some data. Can you see Australia, Canada, Germany, Japan, Mexico, Nigeria, and nulls for my current file, which is supposed to be USA. Okay. So what I want to do, I want to replace these nulls with USA. Okay. So there are multiple ways to do is what the easiest way is you can select this column, you can go to transform, you can select this replace values. Okay. And then you can just like find and replace, just like in Excel. Okay. You can replace the nulls with USA. But I don't want to do that. I will show you a different way. Okay. So what I'm going to show you is, okay, I will add a new column. I'm going to add a new column. So I will go to add column because I want to add a new column. I will add a new column and I will use some condition. If this is null, if this value, so row by row, this is evaluating. Okay. If this is null, put the value USA. If it is not null, that means in my this table is not null, right? If it is Australia, okay, take the same value. Okay. So how I'm going to tell that is, I'm going to tell that using add column, conditional column. Okay. I will rename this as country 2, the name of the column, and I will say if my country column, okay, if my country column in my this current table, this table, if it is equals to null, 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 what should I get? I want to say USA because the nulls coming from the fact sales table, which is my own sales, own country sales, which is USA. Okay. If it is something else, I will say take whatever the value inside that column, right? So I cannot just type it and tell it. What I need to do is I have to select from this option, select a column. Okay. And then I will say take the whatever the value in the country. Because now already I have categorized the nulls as USA. Then others are my Germany, Australia, these values, right, in that column. So take the same value. So now if I click OK, can you see these ones are USA? But if you go down, I can't scroll down because there are a lot of data. So I'll just try to filter. Except nulls, I will try to filter. Okay. Yes, if I click OK, see Australia has been taken the same value. Okay. So I will remove this filter. Okay, and I'll just show you again this one. So this is what I did, country 2, and I have asked if the country, okay, the column name, this one, country equals to null, if the value in the each row is equal to null, output should be USA. If it is not null, and I have asked, select the value from the column called country, same value in that column. Okay, same country name. I hope it's clear. If you don't clear, try to, once the end of the session, I will share the recording. So look at the recording. Okay, now I'm in the, so what I want to do is, I don't want this column now. I will remove it and I will rename this as country. Okay, and I will change it to text value. Okay, country, revenue, units, ships. So yes, this information are fine. Okay, product ID, date. Okay, then okay, I think those are the all transformation that I want to do for my data. So what I can do now is I can load my data, right? This data, I can load it to the Power BI. So I'll just click on. So now everything what you did in here, it's in the Power Query, right? So if I just try to show you the Power BI now, that is Power BI. There is Power BI. Okay, see in the fields, if you see here, there is nothing. Okay, because I haven't loaded anything into the Power BI yet, because everything is in Power Query, all these tables. That's why here, this area, it's blank. You have not loaded any data yet. Okay, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go to Home, close and apply, and I'm going to load this all the data into the Power BI. Close and apply. Yes, it will take some time. It is loading the data. And ta-da, and it will load the data into Power BI. Okay, it's still loading. Fact sales, dim products, geography, manufacturers, and fact international sales. Okay, well, just give me a few seconds. Okay, meanwhile, so there are, I'll try to go through some of the questions. Okay, Asad is asking to repeat the step. Okay. Yes, I will guys share the guys Telegram link, but not now. Maybe towards the end of the session. Otherwise, I want to keep you guys. Okay, I want to keep you guys in the meeting. Okay. Otherwise, I'm not getting motivated to do the session. So okay. So just actually, yes, a break will be 1 hour. Okay, and we are loading the data from Excel files. Okay, all my data in my current PC in Excel files. But even though if the data source is changed, even though it's a SQL Server or any other fact sales table, there are some errors. We'll have a look. Okay, and okay, now we have loaded the data: geography, manufacturers, product, international sales, and sales. Okay, I don't want to load international sales. I don't want redundant data, right? Because I have already combined it to the fact sales table, right? I have appended. So now we will see, hold on. I want to go back to the Power Query. If I want to go back to the Power Query, what you can do, go to Home ribbon, go to Transform Data, click on Transform Data. Okay. And now this table, I don't want to load into Power BI. So if I don't want to load anything, but I want to keep it in the Power Query because I'm combining these two in Power Query. What I can do is I can right click and there is something called enable load. Can you see that? So then you can disable the load. Okay. So right click and you can disable the load and it will continue and it will not load this table into the Power BI now. So I have disabled the load. So it's deactivated now. Even though this data is in Power Query, it will not getting loaded to the Power BI. Okay. And I saw there are some errors inside our sales table. What are the errors? It doesn't show me any errors in here. If you can't see these windows, these what do you call this? This column distribution, the formula bar. If you can't, you can go to the view and you can activate and deactivate. Okay. Okay. I cannot identify what are the errors. It's okay. So I'll just go to Home, close and apply, close and apply. Okay. Now our Power Query part is done. Okay. Now it's 11:23. Okay. I will try to take some questions now. Okay. So what are the questions we have? So there is a lot. Okay, I'll go from down. How to make a row in the middle, like 7th row as my header row. You cannot do that. So inside Power Query, if there's a middle row that you want to promote, you cannot do that. It should be in the like the first row. Then only you can transform it to the header. Data size limit, there is no any data size limit. Okay, you can load any number of data into the Power BI. But when you load from Power BI to Power BI service, there's a 1 GB limit. Okay. How to download Power BI? Okay, it's really easy. You can just go to Google and search Power BI desktop download, and then you can download. And then yes, Power BI can load any number of data. Okay, it can be 50,000, 100 million. It doesn't matter. Okay. Then yes, Vishal has asked why we are loading both the cells. Yeah, that's why I removed that. Okay. And then okay, okay. I think I will go down. I will answer the latest question. Yeah, better if you can put the questions now because I cannot go through again. Want a okay? How to check the error and rectify? Actually, inside Power Query, you can see the errors, but like data errors, like if there is any value errors, like if you have converted these kind of errors, you can find out by, hold on, I'll show you. Because I was planning to, till by the break, I was planning to start the data modeling by 11 till 11:26 to 11:45. I will be taking your questions. Okay. So I will go to Power Query again. And okay, so I will try to answer the how to check the errors and rectify. Okay, so if you want to find the errors, what you can do is you cannot rectify it here. Okay, only thing what you can do is you can remove the errors. Okay, one second. Okay, one second, guys. So I'm trying to expand this window. Okay, once you find the errors, what you can do is from here, there's a remove column, remove rows. From here, you can remove the errors. You cannot rectify inside Power Query. You can remove it. Uh, then how to prepare the data for financial year? I think must be asking like date, how to convert as like maybe in some cases financial years are different from the calendar year. Is that what you're asking? In that case, what you can do is when we are creating something called date column. In that column, you can put some condition. If the dates are above April, you can convert it to like the financial year likewise. And okay, then can you show what is the main difference between Power BI and Power Query? Power Query is to transform and to clean the data. Okay, you can remove and you can clean your data. But Power BI, in the sense, you inside Power Query, you will use the mashup or the M code, and you will do a lot of cleanings over there. And in the inside the Power BI, mostly what you will do is you will do the analytics, the calculation, and the visualization. And how to handle the null column when you're using the expand query? What is that? I really don't understand the question. How to handle the null column when you're using the expand query? I'm not, Hitesh, I'm not really clear about your question. Yeah. What is the, yes, measures we will be going through, but not in detail. Just we will be doing some measures. And I saw one long question from someone. Go down. sorry, I saw one long question, but I can't find it now. Okay, so a lot of people has asked to repeat this question. Yes, okay. So a lot of people have asked regarding this conditional column. Okay, I will try to do it again. Okay, so the new column. So we are adding a new column in our data. Okay, now our requirement is the country column. Now there are some null values, right? It's in the only from the data which came from the fact sales. Okay, because in the fact international sales, the country column is filled. We have a country like Australia, Nigeria, Canada, likewise. But in this column, we don't have the country, right? When we are here, we didn't have the country. So when we do the appending, it results some null values. Okay, when we do the append, because the country column was not available in the fact sales. Then what we did was we tried to replace these nulls using a conditional column. So I added a conditional column like this, and I say if the values in the country column, this one, if it is equals to null, then put USA. But if it is not equals null, else. This is just like if and then, right? And then I will ask the system to select a column, and from that column, whatever the value in this country column, take it and put it in here. So basically, I'm taking the values from the same column. Okay, so that's why you will see whenever it is null, you will see the country USA. Else, you will see the same country name. Okay, so then I will just try to jump into our training. I will try to continue with the same with the next steps. Okay, then now we have loaded our data. We have the geography, manufacturers, products, sales. So in the report view, can you see there are 4 tables? Okay, and then we have the table view. So in this view, you can see the data. So the geography, what is inside, just like in Excel table. Okay, and the manufacturers table, what is inside, products table, what is inside, sales table, what is inside. Then in the model view, you can see your table as an objects. Okay, there are some relationships already there, which is created by the system, but I don't like to keep these relationships which created by the system. Maybe it's correct, but I prefer to build it by myself. Okay, I will just increase the size. So this is how your model looks like. I will just right click and delete these relationships. Okay. Okay. So I will not be able to explain everything in details. Even Power Query, I think we spend only 1 hour on the Power Query. So Power Query is not something we can complete within 1 hour. There are so much things to learn. So in our full courses, we'll be covering in depth all these things. So here, now I'm trying to create some relationships because, okay, so what I'm trying to do is, okay, first I will try to analyze there's a revenue fields coming from the sales table, right? So I can just drag and drop fields into my report canvas and it will create a visual. By default, it will create a clustered column. But if you click on any other visual, see, it's getting changed accordingly. Okay. So I'll keep it like that, clustered column. And let's say this is my revenue, right? I just drag and drop the revenue field into the report canvas. So it is showing me revenue in this clustered column chart. What I want to do is I want to slice this revenue number, okay, by each country. Okay. So I will drag and drop country into the axis. What I will see now. Do you think it's correct? Australia, Canada, Germany, same number of sales? I don't think it's correct. Okay. So when you have a visual like this, best thing is when you see something like this, that means there is a relationship issue. If you see same values in all the like the categorizations, that means definitely there's a relationship. But before that, always it's a good practice to convert your data into a table and look at the numbers. Okay, so it's in every country, it's giving me the same number, right? So if I remove the countries, actually that is the same total revenue for all the countries, right? So okay, I will bring back the country. That means I have a relationship issue because currently my data is not a data model. Those are individual tables only now. See, because sales table doesn't know, I mean the doesn't know how to slice his data by the geography table, fields coming from the geography table. So if I try to put the same thing with the product category, it will give you the same result. See, if I try to put instead of country, okay, if you put product category, it's the same result because there is no any relationship between whatever the tables that I have in this model. So what I have to do is I have to create relationships. Then only this will work like a data model, and then I can slice and dice. Once I create the relationship, I can slice the values in sales table by the fields from geography once I create the relationship. Okay, before creating the relationship, so I'm not going to go in detail, okay, but I'm going to show you, like I should have a common column. We call them as primary keys and the foreign keys. Okay, I'm not going to go in detail about these concepts. So sales table and the geography table. What looks like the common column? District, country, state, SIP, date, SIP, revenue, country. Okay, I think for SIP code is the most lowest level, right? I think if I try to create a relationship using the SIP code in the sales and the geography, okay, I think that will allow me to create a relationship. Okay, so that looks like a common field. So what I will try to do when I want to create a relationship, what should I do? I will select the field from one table, select, drag, and hold, and drop it in the other field in the other table. So I want to put the in front in top of SIP. Okay, yeah. So it should not be the same name. Only thing is the content. Okay, but it says the relationship has cardinality meant to many. Okay, so there are a lot of concepts called cardinality, filter direction, so many things. But in simple, um, you should have one side should have only the unique values. Okay, we call them as one-to-many relationships. So that's why this error popping up in the Power Query. I can create the relationship, but this will result a lot of complications. So I will cancel this. So what I want to do is before I'm creating a relationship between these two tables, I want to maybe the best thing is if I use the country and SIP, if I concatenate these two, if I create a new column in my table in both the side, I think that would be better because one side should have the unique values. So in that case, my geography table will have unique values, right? The city and the combination of zip code and the country will create a unique value. Okay, so I'll try to show you something as well. Uh, okay, so I don't have a big presentation, but okay, so okay, there is something called now once we created the relationships. Okay, first I will create the relationships and I will try to show you this filter propagation. Okay, and before that, now we are going to use DAX a little bit. Okay, so DAX will help me to do two things. One is using DAX, I can create new columns in my data. We call them as calculated columns. And also DAX will help you to create measures which looks like calculations. Okay. So what is a calculate column? Calculate is column is something like this. Okay. You have in your table this. So imagine this is your sales table. When you want to create a new column, you can use some formula using the DAX. DAX is somewhat similar to Excel. Like the formulas are somewhat similar to Excel, but the syntax is completely different. The evaluation engine is completely different. Okay. And this is one example for a calculate column. So price band, if the price is less than or equal to 25, you will say low, less than or equal to 50, you will say medium, and otherwise high. Like using the if condition, you have created a calculated column. Okay, now I will jump into my model, and I'm also going to create now a new calculated column using DAX. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine country and ship in both the table. Then I will use that new column to create the relationship. So I will go to the data view. I will go to geography table. I will click on new column. Okay, so when you want to add a new column, so there are multiple ways. You can click on new column inside the tables, or else you can right click and click on new column from here as well. Okay, so I will click on new column. Okay, and then I will say, so it is creating a new column now. I will say I will just increase the size of this. I want to create ship and country. Okay, using these two columns, I want to form a new column, which is the combination of both ship, and I can combine using the, when you refer to a column, always inside Power BI, inside DAX, always you refer using the both column and that current table name. Okay, so that's why it says Gem Geographic ship column. Okay, so I'll select that. I can press the tab key to autocomplete, and I will use the and sign, and I will select the country. Sorry. So I'm just concatenating. Okay, even I can use the concatenate formula just like in Excel. So I'll just press enter. So I have created the ship column. Okay, and can you see now in the earlier ship column we had 176,920 records, but only 559 is unique, right? Now if I click on ship country column, can you see 179,929 and all are unique values. Okay, that's what I wanted to get. One side should have unique values. Sales table also I will do the same. I'll click on new column and I will rename it as ship country. Should not be the same name. You can put any name, Mickey Mouse or anything, as long as the content is same. Okay, ship and country. Okay, I'll press enter. Okay, so I have created the table, and now if I go to report, I will just transform this into a visual. So this will give you a quick understanding about the report. Now what I'm doing, I'm analyzing revenue by each country, which is coming from the geography table, revenue coming from the sales table. Two different tables, we don't have any relationships. So if I want to get the relationship, I mean, if I want to see the numbers analyzed by country, I have to create a relationship. So I will now, using the ship country, I will try to perform a relationship. Okay, now I have a relationship. This is one side and this is many side. Okay, and the filters come from this side to this side. So now if I go to the report, can you see the numbers has been nicely aligned based on the countries. Okay, so now we have essentially built a relationship. Now it is giving you the correct results. Okay, so yes, sorry. Then we'll try to create the other relationships as well. So we need to create from manufacturer to manufacturer another relationship using the products to manufacturer, this one to many. And then I want to get from products table to truck sales. I want to create another relationship. So this is the one side, this is the many side. So these are the relationships that I have. Okay, so I have now when I put fields from the products table, earlier I couldn't filter, right? But now if I put product category from here, I can see, right? Category by category, each values. So, okay. Okay, so then now we have created all the relationships. So these are the relationships. First one is from the geographic to sales. So this is my fact. Most of the time, our relationships will come from dimension to fact. Okay, this is bin products to fact, because using the dimension table, I will control my data. So from the fields coming from the dimension, I will control the data in my sales table. Okay, and then using the geography table fields, I'm controlling my field data in the sales table. And from the manufacturer table, this is an indirect relationship. So this one is connected to products. It will control the values in the product, and ultimately from products to sales, it will ultimately control the fields in the sales. Okay, I will just try to show you a small image. Okay, so this will show you how the filters are propagating. Okay, if I try to show you this one. Okay, now my requirement is I want to see category A. This category A, year 2018 sales. Okay, so this small image will try to show you how the filters are flowing. Okay, this is not something that we can learn within this, but I will try to give you some insight. Okay, so what happens when you have filters like this? So I want to ultimately get the results from sales table, right? So category A is coming from the category table, right? So this is just like the product table in our model. So category A, this filter come to product table and it will filter the category A, these two. Okay. And these two, this filter will go to the sales table using this product number 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3. So 1 and 3. So it will filter 1 and 3. And it will basically filter these two rows. Okay. And then from the year filter, you will take only the current year 2018. So you will end up with only this number. Okay. This is how a simple chart image to show you how the filters are propagating. So your result for the category A sales quantity in 2018 would be 11 as per this. Okay. Okay. So that is actually how the filters are propagating. That's not something we can explain within 1 minute. So I just gave you some a very high level idea, but so it will take, it is like half an hour, 1 hour session that we need to talk about the filter propagation, one to many relationships, filter cardinality, and filter directions. Likewise, we need to discuss all these things. Okay. Okay. Now, okay, we have done with our relationships. Okay. Then, okay, now I will try to create one more modification. Now, okay, now I am looking at my, not by revenue, I will put country here. I'm looking at my revenue by countries. Okay, USA, Australia. Why there's a blank value? Maybe need to check. Okay, no worries. I think Canada, is it missing? So I'll just go to my sales table, USA country. There are no any blanks. Okay, no worries. So I will just, okay, now I am slicing my revenue by countries. Okay, but now what I want to do is I want to put manufacturers into this table. Okay, Like I want to see this country USA value by who are the manufacturers for this revenue. So I'll just drag and drop manufacturer ID, not the ID. Uh, I will put manufacturer name into the legends, okay? And I will make it like this, okay? I will make it stacked column, and these are the manufacturers for each country, because what I did was I just put manufacturers into the legends. So what it will do is it will categorize the each value into the manufacturers. Okay, the each country value he will segregate into each manufacturer. Okay, but now my chart looks really busy, right? There are so much too many manufacturers. Sometimes as a company, sometimes we don't want to focus on all the manufacturers, right? All the vendors, all the customers. We want to sometimes focus on the top 5, top 10. Okay, so in that case, what I will do is I want my requirement is I want to look at my top 5 customers. Okay, I want to look at the top 5 customers details only from this visual. So if I want to do that, so I can achieve this result using the filters. Okay, so inside Power BI, so if I go here, there is something called filters. Can you see? So using this filters pane, you can create filters. So one is filters on the current visual, and there is something called filters on the complete page, and there is something called filters on the all pages. That means report filters. It is applicable for all the reports. Okay. So I'm going to create a filter in this current visual. What I want to do is I want to filter the numbers, the revenue, only for the top 5 manufacturers. Okay. So if I want to do such thing, what I will do is I will go to manufacturer, and I will, there's something called, so I will go to the manufacturer name. Okay. And when I click on this small arrow, okay, this one, it will allow me to create some filters based on the manufacturer. Okay. So what I'm going to do is there's something called filter type. So there are 3 filters: advanced filtering, basic filtering, and the top pen. So the powerful one is the top pen filter. Okay. I'll select top pen, and I will say I want to take only the top 5. So I'll say top 5 filters. I want to take the top 5 based on what? Based on the revenue. Okay. So I want to show the top 5. I'm showing the top 5 manufacturers. So because the manufacturer field, I'm putting the filters based on the revenue. So if I want to take it based on the revenue, what I have to do? I have to drag and drop this revenue field into this data fields here, add data fields here. I want to drag and drop revenue. So what I will do, I will click on revenue and I will put it in here. Nothing happened, right? What I want to do is now I want to click on this apply filter button. So once I click apply filter, see what happened. Now I'm not looking at all the manufacturers in my model. I'm looking at only the top 5 manufacturers. Okay. So yes, that is our first requirement. Okay, but still we didn't jump into our final dashboard, right? So I will show you some of the important concepts inside Power BI, and at the end we will jump into our dashboard. Then let's say, okay, there is a nice feature called Q&A. Okay, so the things that you are doing this visual, sometimes you can do by simply typing a question. Okay, that is really awesome, you know. So if there's a feature called Q&A. Okay, this one. So this will help you to generate visuals just by typing your requirement. Okay, so you don't need to, even though you don't have any knowledge about creating visuals or report, using Q&A, you can just build anything. Okay, so I will just click on the blank area, because now currently this visual is selected. Okay, that's why you will see this is active. So if I just click on Q&A now, it will transform this visual to a Q&A. So I need to click on somewhere blank here, and I will click on this Q&A. Okay. So now using Q&A, I'm going to ask a question from Power BI. So I will try to, okay, what we'll try to do is, I will try to build the same visual using Q&A. So I will say, give me top 5 manufacturer, right? I need to type the words properly because these words are linked into my model. So he's trying to pick from the model. Top 5 menu fact. So no fact. Top 5 manufacturer RER. I think it's RER, right? Yeah. Top 5 manufacturer by revenue by country. Can you see when I'm okay? I'll expand this. See when I'm typing, it's building something. Country as it's a stack column chart, right? See, so this one, the ones with the blue line, these are coming from the model. Okay, column chart. Okay, if I press enter, can you see? I have generated the top 5 manufacturers by revenue by country as stack column chart. Same thing, right? So if you look at it, it's the same thing. So what you can do now, if you want to transform this into a visual, what you can do, you can just click on this icon and you can just transform this into a fixed visual in your report. So you can click on this, right? Now it's a visual. Now you don't need this. You can just delete it. See, it has created the nice visual. But if you go to the filters, he also has done the same thing, right? So he has done the same thing and using the Q&A feature. So it's really awesome, right? Okay, now it's almost 11:57. So I think in UA time, okay? So I'm not sure what's the time at your country, wherever you are joining. Now we will take from here a 1 hour break, okay? And we'll continue in another 1 hour, okay? So then we can look at some of the features inside Power BI, and then we will move on to within next 3 hours, we will try to see how we can build our complete Power BI solution like this, okay? Okay, guys, thank you very much. So we'll take a small break, okay? We'll refresh ourselves and we'll join in 1 hour. So yeah, till then, goodbye then. So we'll connect after 1 hour. So I'll keep close the result. Okay. Then I have close the poll. Okay, now we will start the second part. Okay. Okay, now okay, I hope you all can see my screen. You all can hear me, right? Everything perfect. So I will start the second part. So we have only 3 hours. We have to build one model. So before that, I will explain some concepts, the main concepts. After that, we will jump into the dashboard. Okay. So here, what we did was we stopped from here, right? We created this visual using the Q&A feature. Okay. Now, what we will do is okay. Now I will do one more thing. Okay. I will try to put the revenue again, a new visual. Okay. And I will drag and drop dates here. Now I'm looking at year by year revenue, right? But here also, but do you think in this visual, are we showing the top five, what do you call it? Are we showing the top 5 manufacturers data in here? No, right? If I want to do that, I have to go here. I have to add the manufacturer name in here as a new field. then I have to create that filter. But currently it's not happening, because if I want to do that, I have to go to this visual and I have to do it again. Okay. I feel like it's not really smart, right? It's not efficient, right? If I want to do the same top five filtering in each visual, it's not good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create something called a group. Okay. So basically, I want to analyze only these five manufacturers, right? Aliki, Karas, Nature, Pyram, Van Asadal is our company. So I want to basically analyze these five main manufacturers' data, okay, in my report. So there is something called grouping, okay, where it will allow me to create groupings, okay. So what I'm going to do is I will go to my manufacturer, this table, okay, and I will go to the manufacturer column and I will click on these three dots. Can you see these three dots? Okay. I will click on this and it will go take me to the more options. And can you see there's something called group? Okay. Can you see that? So I will click on that. Okay. I will click on group and it will open this message box. Okay. What this will allow me to do is this will allow me to create like subcategories, like another categorization in my data. So you can see these are my top five, right? Top five says these are my top four and this is my company. Okay. So I will select the same ones, Aliki, okay, Aras, Natura, Piram. I will select these four, okay, and I will create another grouping. I'll click on group, this icon. I will click on group and I will put them into one group, okay. And I will rename this as my top four competitors. These are my top four competitors, okay. Then I will select my company and I will group that as well, separate figure. And the rest, because I want to mainly analyze these two, okay, and the rest I don't want to, like, I want to categorize the rest as the other, so I don't need to select one by one. I don't need to do that. What I can do is there is option include other group. Can you see this? Include other group. Okay, you can click on this one and you can put all the rest manufacturers in the other group. You can, if you want, you can just double click and change the name and click on OK. Okay. So once you click on OK, can you see there's a new grouping now? Okay. Now what you can do, and I told you in the filter section, there is something called filters on this visual. That means it's the current report filters, right? And then we have two more fields, filters on the page, filters on all pages. Okay. So what I can do, I want to actually in my full report, the data, I just want to show only the these five manufacturers only. So what I will do, I will drag and drop this manufacturer grouping that I created. Maybe I can put it in the filters on this page, or maybe filters on the all pages. That means it's a report level filter. It will apply to the all the pages. Okay. So even when I create new pages, this will apply. What I will say, I will select only the top four competitors plus my company. Okay. So I don't need to do now, go to visual and visual, do the filtering. So if I want, maybe I can delete this. See, I can clear this filter. How you can clear a filter? Can you see this small eraser? Okay. You can click on this one. You can clear that filter. But now anyway, you are looking at the top five manufacturers only because what you did, you have created a filter on all pages. So I will close this. I will do it again. Now you see everything, right? I will drag and drop this group into the report filter and I will select from here. I use the basic filter now, top four and Van Asadel. Okay. Now all the visuals that I'm putting here, it will get filtered for all the not sorry, top five manufacturers. Okay. Okay. Then Yes. Now what we can do? Okay. Okay. Now I will try to show you something. So yes, there's one suggestion. Yes, Krishna. So this is actually dynamic. Okay. So I mean, no, sorry, no, this is not dynamic. But if you want to create dynamic, you have to use the top 5 filter that we created earlier. So then it will be a dynamic. But this is not dynamic. This is static. And I will show you the how to do the grouping again. So what I will do is I will try to edit the groups. I will click on edit groups, and just when you select the top 5 here, you have to press Control and select everything. Okay. So someone highlighted that, yes, and then only you can select multiple manufacturers. Okay. Then you can just click on group, and if you want to ungroup something, just you can just click on ungroup. Okay. Now let's say, okay, then I will show you some ways to analyze your data. So when you want to analyze one visual, so you have this focus. Okay. And yes, there are some questions. Yeah, because this is not a dynamic, the one I created one. So it's a static filter. If you want dynamic, you can go here and you can do the top 5, top 10, bottom 10 likewise. Okay. Then I will show you how you can analyze your data. Like if you click on the focus mode, okay, click here and focus mode, it will allow you to look at your visuals like this. When you do a presentation, so you don't need a PowerPoint or anything. When you do a presentation, you can just focus into this visual, and by clicking the focus icon in here, okay, you can do that. And also if you click on the 3 dots, now let's say sometimes you want to show the data as well as the charts visuals as well, both. So in that case, what you can do, you can click on show as table. So this will allow you to show the data visual in one view and the data in one view, right? And if you click on this small icon, you can switch it. Okay, you can switch the table to other way, pivot and unpivot. Okay. And also when you want to sort the values, you can just click on 3 dots, sort descending, ascending, by country or revenue. These options also you have. And sometimes, always we want to export the data, right? So now we have these capabilities as well. If you click on 3 dots, you can export the data underlying this visual. You can click on export. Once you click on export, it will export the data in a CSV format. Okay, there's only one format here, only CSV available. You can see this data in a CSV format. Okay, so yes, we have a lot of advanced functions, a lot of chats going on, ranking, top 10. There are a lot of functions, DAX functions are there, but this 6 hours is not enough to cover all these things. So that's why we have 25 hours full training, which will cover you all the DAX functions, all the important DAX functions, Power Query in depth, data modeling in depth, and the DAX calculate, top 10, filter, the context transition, a lot of things are there. Okay. So all these things will be covered in our full course. So if you interest, this April 9th, we are starting a new batch. So the course fee is 1,000 dirhams, but you will be getting a 10% discount just because you attend for this training. So you can drop us an email. So I will just show you our website as well. Okay. So this is our website. So you can come to our website, which is gulfbanalytics.com, and you can come to our courses section. So we have a lot of courses because it's directly from me, directly from the trainer. So we are giving these courses at a very low rate. So we do the financial reporting with Power BI. We will show you how to build financial just from the GL. You can directly connect to your GL and build complete set of financials with drill down capabilities. Because these are our course content. See, it's not just basic course content. We are doing 25 hours, 20 to 25 hours maximum. It will take 25 hours. So we cover all these concepts because visualizations is pretty easy, to be honest. It's just like the tip of the iceberg, but under the hood, so much of things are going on. What are the raw context? What is the filter context? What is the evaluation context and context transition and different functions, top pin, all selected, rank X, has one value, variables. So this is the real power in Power BI. Okay. So if you join for our courses, it's just $280 or something. So, but you'll be getting the discount as well. So if you're interested, just drop us a message in WhatsApp. So you can go to our website and we will share, once you add to our group, we will share all the information as well. Also, I'm on LinkedIn. So I think a lot of people join with me via LinkedIn, join with me here via LinkedIn. So you can connect with me from here also and let me know your thoughts. And I have created one event. So the upcoming training, it's a paid version. So this is a free version, it's a paid version. So not this one. So this is our today's event. So this one we are starting on 11th. So far some of the students has been registered already. So if you would like to join, yes, we're taking only maximum 10 or 15 students. So if you'd like, you can register for this upcoming session. It's on April 9th, Friday, 2:30 to 5. You will get the recordings, you will get all the course materials and everything. Okay, so I'll jump into my Power BI again. Okay, now, yes, then also there is something called, when you right click in here, okay, can you see show data point as table? Okay, that means this current value, okay, this is country USA, revenue 670, right? Only for this value, if you right click, you can see the data behind this number. So if you click on here, show data point as visual, see, this is the USA and all the numbers from all the years for that particular value. So based on the current filters you have, okay. And also you can use this analyze feature. It will try to do some, these are some algorithm based on artificial intelligence. So if you click on find where the distribution is different using analyze tool, so it is doing some AI based techniques and it will give you some result. Okay, from Power BI you can do these kind of things as well. And if you like to add this chart to your report, you can just click on plus sign. So these are completely based on the AI. Okay. 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 Now, okay. Now what I'm going to show you is, okay, I will add one more visual. Okay. I will click on this tree map. Can you see tree map visual? I will try to add it. I will just close the filters. Tree map. You can just click somewhere blank and click on the tree map. I will collapse this filters pane and I will analyze revenue. Where's my revenue? Sales table. If you want, you can search here, right? You can search here revenue by, I want to delete that whatever I type, revenue by manufacturers. Okay, now I have three visuals. Okay, by default in Power BI, when you select something, what happens? When you select a particular year 2012, what happens? By default in Power BI, not like in Excel, though they all the visuals interacting together only in the current page. Okay, I mean, if I go to another page, it will not happen in that page, only in the current page. By default, when you select, it will like interconnected, it's highlighting these numbers. Okay, And if you select this one, it is highlighting the other visuals. But if you want, you can change this interaction. Okay. What you can do is you can just click somewhere blank to remove the interactions. Then what you can do is you can go to this format. Can you see here the format section? And there's something called edit interaction. This one. Okay. What you can do is select one visual. Now I have selected the revenue by year. This one. Okay. I will click on edit interaction. See, currently you cannot see anything. I have selected this one. There is nothing change, right? I will just small minimize a little bit, reduce the size. Okay. Now I will select this. Okay. I will go to format. If I click on edit interaction, see what happens. Can you see these small icons which added now? It says when you select anything in this visual, currently it's highlighting. That's why it's colored and these are like grayed out, right? Currently it's highlighting. In here also, it's highlighting, right? But if you want to change it, like if you select this visual, you don't want to do anything. You don't want to happen anything in this visual. In that case, what you have to do, you have to select this none. Okay. Now I will click on this one and I will disable that interaction view. Okay. Now if I click on 2012, can you see? Nothing is going to change, right? Because I have disabled interaction, but this one it's getting highlighted accordingly, right? So if I change it from none to not filtering, not highlighting, if I say filtering, if I keep highlight, what will happen? It's highlighting, right? But if I keep filter, what happens? See, it's completely filtering the data only for that value, that whatever the portion that you show as highlighted, only that portion will you see, only that portion you will see. Okay. So, okay, what I will do is I'll try to convert this to a table. Okay. Then you will see now the manufacturer by revenue is this. Okay. If I select this one, when you select this one, it's not getting changed. But here, because you cannot do highlight in a table, right? That's why you don't see the highlight. But you have only the filtering and the non-filter. Filter, when you say filter, see, it's changing the interactions and showing only for that current year numbers. Okay. Okay, hope it's clear. So our training, someone has asked about the training. So we are doing 25 hours. So basically it will be 10 sessions, 2.5 hours every day. So we have different batches, like we have a Friday batch and we have a Saturday batch going on, and Monday, Tuesday batch after work, and also Sunday, Tuesday batch after work. And we are planning to start 2 more batches. One is Friday from 2:30 to 5. This is UA times, okay, Dubai times. And then one more batch, most probably Saturday morning. By 17th, we are planning to start like 10 to 12 Saturday morning. But we will give you all this information. You can add it to our group as well, and you can go to our website and just WhatsApp. It's an instructor-led training, just like this. Okay, so I'll be in front of you. You can ask questions, not like this. Okay, here you don't have the like you can chat only with me. You cannot ask questions. But on that training, we will be taking only less number of students, so you can ask any questions. You can share your screen when you have anything. It's a completely hands-on training. So you'll be doing everything along with me. Okay, not you are just watching it. You are doing everything along with me. And if you have any questions, you can mute yourself, unmute yourself, and you can ask. So it's a highly interactive session, not like this. Okay. Yes, it's an online session. Live instructor like this, but you can talk with me like everything. Okay, then I will move on to my presentation. Okay, so this is how you change the interactions. Okay, so when you select this one, if you want to change interaction from here, you can disable it. If you want to highlight it, or else you can filter it. Like so, based on the actual current active visual, it will show you the other interactions. Okay, so I'll disable this, and then yes, guys, you will get the recording, sure. But I want you to be in the meeting, so try to be with me. So in the session, so at the end, maybe at the later part, so I will share the group invite. Okay. So then, okay, then I want to explain you. Okay, can you see there is something called drill down? These icons. Okay, we call them as drill down options. So in some visual it's there, for some visual it's not there. What's the reason? The reason is here you have only one field. Okay, so you cannot drill into a next level. Okay, but here in this visual, if you see here, you have a hierarchy: year, quarter, month, day, right? You have 4 levels. So when you have more than 1 levels in your axis, you will get this drill down option. Okay, that means you can drill into the next level. Okay, now there are 4 icons here, so I'll explain you one by one. So the first icon is simple. When you go into the next level, it will drill up. Always it is drill up. It's very straightforward. Okay, always when you want to go back, you can click on this. These two are the tricky ones. I mean, looks same, but actually it's totally different. So the one with the looks like the hierarchy, this one, okay, this one, when you drill down, it keeps the hierarchy. Okay, we have year, quarter, month, day, right? We have 4 levels here, right? So when you click on this button, now currently 2012, 14, 16, 18, you will see only the year. Okay, but if you click on this one, the next level, what you will see, for each year, the next level is quarter. So you will keep the hierarchy, right? 2012 quarter 1, 12 quarter 2, 14 quarter 1, 14 quarter 2. It will keep the hierarchy. Okay, and I will go back, click on this one, drill up. But this one, it will not keep the hierarchy. It will just jump into the next level. So if you click on this one, what you will see, these are the quarters, quarter 1 of all the years. Okay, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4 of all the years, which is visible. And if you click it again, it will take you to the months of all the years. This is the January total for all the years. What is the total? 165 million. Okay, but if you go back and if you click on this one, it will show you this is January for, sorry, if I see, this is the January for 2012 and this is the January for 2014. So likewise, it skips the hierarchy and go to the next level. So I can go back, and when I go down in this one, it's go to the quarter, month, day. Likewise, you can go. It's going to the next level, but it will not keep the hierarchy. It will show you the full data. Okay, so then I will try to show you. Okay, the third one, this one. So usually, what happens when you select a visual, when you click on that, will do like whatever we have selected, whether to highlight, like do whatever the interaction, right? Maybe highlight, maybe filtering, or maybe will not do anything, right? That is what happened currently. But if you want, rather than highlighting the other visuals, if you want to jump into the next level in that current selection, okay, you can activate this button. You can click on this, it will become black color and it will activate. And if you click on 2012 now, what happens? You will jump into the quarters in that 2012. See, 2012 quarter one. If you click on quarter one, you jump into the months in the quarter one. Okay, this is 2012 still, right? So based on whatever your selection here, it will jump. Okay, so when you click on 2013, you go to the 2013 quarters. 2013 quarter January, right? Can you see in the tooltip? It's selecting that current selection. Okay, so I hope it's clear. And someone has asked about the interactions. So again, just to explain, so interaction is working like this. Like when you want to do some interactions, what you do, you will select a one visual and you go to the format, edit interactions, and now all the other visuals in that current page, how you want them to interact with the current visual. So if you click on none, it will not interact at all whenever you do any selections here. Highlight will just highlight the values. We'll keep the current structure and just highlight. And filter will just filter to the current number. Okay, I hope it's clear. And then, okay, now I told you that there is a hierarchy for the dates. Okay, now this date hierarchy, it's automatically created from the Power BI. Okay, what happens is when you go to file, options and settings, I'll go to options and settings. So I have selected, and I will go to options, and in the back end I have selected the data, auto date and time. I have put a tick mark in the data load, auto date and time. So that's why you will see this hierarchy here. Okay, automatically for the date, it's create the hierarchy automatically. Can you, when you expand, see year, quarter, month, date. So likewise, you can create hierarchies in your model. Okay, let's say I want to create a hierarchy. So here I'm looking at country, right? I want to go to the next level. Like I want to add country. What is the next level? I will go to my geography table, country, maybe state. Okay, if I want to add that, currently you will not see any icons here. When you add, there is state, where is that? State here, okay. Can you see these icons now? So it is allowing me to drill down, okay. So now I am doing it manually, right? District, if I want, when I have this yellow color line, I will just drop it. I can see the hierarchy, I can expand, okay, I can drill down. But if you want to create this hierarchy automatically, what you can do, you can right click on the first level of the hierarchy. So country is my first level, country, and then I will say create hierarchy, okay, country and create hierarchy. Create hierarchy, it will create a hierarchy. Now what I can do, state and district. I can select this, click on the three dots, add to hierarchy, country hierarchy. Then state, district, add to hierarchy, country hierarchy, right? So now I have a hierarchy for country. I can just remove this by clicking on this X item, X, 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 and I can just drag and drop the country hierarchy, which will give me the same result, right? Guys, so once Kavita says there's no sound. Okay, I think everyone can hear me, right? Okay, thank you guys. So now, okay, what I will try to do is, okay, I will create another hierarchy. Okay, I will do one more for the product category. So I have my products table. So I will try to create another hierarchy. So let's say I want to create a category, segment, and product. So what's the first level? Always start the hierarchy from the first level, category. So go click on the category, create hierarchy. Just done. I have created the hierarchy. Category, then segment. I can click on add to hierarchy, create category hierarchy, and then product. I can click on the three dots, add to hierarchy, category hierarchy. Done. So I have essentially created another hierarchy. Okay, so now currently, okay, now okay, currently actually my dates values are coming from my sales table. It's not a good practice, okay? So it's always a good practice. Can you see here? The dates are coming from my um, dates table. So it's not a good practice. So it's always a good practice if you can create a separate table for the dates. Okay. So what I will do is I am going to create a table now. Okay. So using DAX functions, you can do a lot of things. You can calculate columns. You can create measures. Also, you can create tables. Okay. We just touch only 2% from the DAX. Okay. I mean, DAX is a tricky area. So there's a lot of things. So we couldn't touch. We cannot touch much on the DAX with this limited time, because in our training also we are spending 10 hours, 10 to 15 more focus is on our DAX part. Okay, 10 to 15 hours we will do on the DAX. So I'm going to create a table now using the DAX function called date table. Okay, to do that, I will go to the modeling section. So it's better if I go to the data view. Okay, and I'm going to click on new table. Can you see here? New table. And I am going to create a table which contains dates. Okay, before that, I will go to my sales table. From which date I'm starting my sales? I think 2012 and goes till 2019, I think. So this is my last date. Okay. So when I'm creating the date table also, it should cover all the dates in my model. But if you want to do a forecast, you should cover that new dates as well. So I will click on home, new table. Okay. I will maximize a little bit. I will rename this as date. So this will be the one before the equal sign. It will be the name of the table. Yes. Okay. Okay. So now I'm going to create a new table. So I will say there's a function called calendar auto. Okay. So I will just try to show you that function. So yes, calendar, just like Microsoft Excel functions. So not calendar auto, I will use the calendar function. Okay, I'll try to show you the syntax. Okay. So this is the syntax. So you will enter two values. You will put the name calendar and you will put a start date and you will put an end date. So what it will returns is it will return a list of dates in between these two dates. Okay. So I'll jump into my Power BI. I will use the calendar. Okay, start date. So I cannot just type date like this. Okay, so I should use a function, like there's a function called date, because through this function I'm going to enter date. Okay, and as I showed you earlier, 2012 is the starting year, right? So I will say 2012, the year portion, month is January, day is January, and I will close the bracket, and this is my start date. So I will put the comma, try to follow this sub tips, put the comma, and again I will use date, and I will enter end date. I will use 2019 December 31st. Okay, 2019 December. Always start your calendar from the first date of that year and end it from the last day of that particular year. Okay, so when I just press enter, can you see it has created a one column. It's a table with one column starting from 1st January 2012. And if I click on sort descending, 31st December 2009. And very important point, guys, so when you work with the dates, never keep it in the date time format. Can you see this? Because this will consume a lot of space in your module. Okay. I mean, unless you don't need times, try to use the just the date format. Okay. And this is just the date value. And if you change the format, you can change the format just like in Excel in here. Okay. This is the type. This format and the data type is two different things. Okay. This is just changing the format only, how you see it. Okay. Now I want to add some more attributes into the date. So I know a lot of questions you guys have. I know I'm really sorry. I will try to answer maybe once we finish, but I'll try to. My focus is to complete the model today, as I promised. So I will give you the recording to watch you everyone. Okay. So date column we have now. I want to add some attributes like the what is the month of this each of these dates. What's the quarter of this particular date? What's the year? What's the week? Likewise, I want to add more attributes. So I can just click on, now this is a table, okay? I can click on new column and create new columns as well, but I will try to use a different way, like a little bit advanced, not that advanced. So there's a function called add column. Using that add column function, I can add new columns using some formulas. Rather than creating column by column separately, I can write add columns, okay? And then what I can do, this is my, so when I put the add column function, what is the syntax? It's always ask for a table. So calendar function is giving you a table, right? So it's matching, right? So he's asking for a table, calendar function is giving you a table. So this one is a table. So add column, I will put it here and I will use the table as this calendar function. Okay, I'll put a comma. Then what I can do when I want to add new columns, so this name part is the name of that new column. Expression can be anything. Okay, so I will just jump to the next line. I will say I want to get month. Okay, name, I'm in the name column. And if I put comma, expression can be number 12 also. If I put number 12, what will you get? It's the static values, right? You will get that number. But I don't want to put static values. So what I will do, month, I want to get the month number. So I will use the month function and I will tell Power BI using the month function, refer to the date column in my this date table. Can you see? It's the date column. Refer to the date column, take the month out from out of this date. Okay. If I close the bracket to say a number. But if I want to convert it to a month name, so what I can do, I will put comma because I don't want to close the formula, comma, and the second name, right? That's the second column. So month name, month name is a text value, whatever the name which comes in the header. And then what I will do, I will use the format function. There's a function called just like format is just like in Excel, text, right? Text, yes. Text function in Excel. So format the date column, okay, into the MMM format. Okay, so I'll close the bracket and now you will see the January, February like this, right? And if you want to get the quarter, same way, right? You can just type quarter. I know, guys, I'm without giving any basic knowledge about DAX, I'm doing this because with this time it's really hard to cover everything. But join for my training. I'm really happy to see you on my training. So you will be learning everything from scratch. So I will use the formula called quarter, and you can refer to the date, and you can extract the quarter. So I will write one more thing, okay, quarter, and I will write year as well. Okay, I will use the year formula and refer to the date. Yeah, I think that's enough for me. So I'll press enter. So I have date, month name, quarter, year. Okay. Now, if you see here, I have a date table. But if I go to the model, what happens? I don't have any relationship with the date table, right? So if I if I'm trying to put if I'm trying to replace this date with the date in my new table, see, it doesn't know how to filter the values. Because why? It's because there's no relationship. So okay, um, yes, and then what I will do is I will I will share you some document. I will try. Yeah, join for my group, but guys, I will share you some DEX shortcuts as well. Okay, so some notes I have, so I'll share those ones as well because there's one question regarding the jump into the next line. So all I will press Shift Enter to jump. Okay. So okay, now I will go to the modeling, and then I am trying to create a relationship because I don't have a relationship. So I will try to create a relationship from date to date between these two tables, one too many. Okay. Now, when I create the relationship, see what happens. Okay, now my numbers looks fine. And can you see there was a hierarchy here? Okay, in sales table, that hierarchy is gone. So that is what happened. My date table, it took the priority. And also, I can convert my date table. So if I select my date table, go to home ribbon, always it's a best practice. Go to modeling, tell where view, not view. Okay, so I cannot find something. Okay, no worries, just forget it. New table, not view. Okay, modeling. I'm trying to convert this to a date table, but I can't find it. Okay, no worries. Eh, if you use the fact table, there's a question. If you use the date in the fact table, you can use it, but the problem will comes when you implement the time intelligence functions. Okay, like when you want to look at same period, these time intelligence functions will not work unless you don't have a separate date table. Okay, so there are a lot of time intelligence functions in Power BI. So this is in order to use the time intelligence function, the date table is a must requirement. Otherwise, you won't be able to create these functions. Okay, so now I have created the separate date table, and then I have added relationships. And always I will tell you guys there's a best practice, because sometimes now you create the report, but the end user, they don't know anything about your date tables or the fields, right? They might use this field in order to build the reports. So in that case, always it's a best practice to hide your foreign keys. Foreign keys in the sense actually the many side, whatever the same key in the many side. Okay, so just hide those. Okay, the product ID I will hide, because I want to force my users to use fields from my dimension tables, not from the fact table. Okay, I know it's a little bit too much maybe, because without any basic knowledge I'm talking about these concepts, but it's a so even in this model try to keep it in that way. Okay, then I'll jump into a matrix visual. I will delete these few things. Okay, I'm going to create. I will explain a few things about the matrix visual. So by 4 by In another 10 20 minutes, we'll start our model. So we have at least 2 hours to do it. So I will give you some explanation about the matrix. This is just like the pivot table. Okay. In Excel, just like the pivot table. So I will create the matrix visual. So I will add the product hierarchy, which I created. This is the product category hierarchy. I will create that. Okay. Then I will try to put revenue into this. Just drag and drop. Okay. Now I can go to the next levels and see hierarchy by hierarchy, revenues for each category and segment. Okay. So I will collapse it. Let's say I want to know the percentage of revenue from this total. I can create DAX formulas. The best thing is to create the DAX formulas, but without creating a formula, you can just drag and drop another instance of revenue, and using these ones we call as implicit measures. Okay, these numbers are measures. So there's two things called implicit and explicit. So explicit is the explicit measure. Sorry, explicit measures is the coming which is coming from the DAX formulas. Implicit measures means the which is coming from the raw fields in your data. This one I can convert it to a percentage. Just like in pivot table, can you remember when you use Excel pivot tables, click you can click on this small icon and you can say show value as, currently it's doing the sum, so that's fine. And then you can say show value as the percentage of grand total. See, you can do the same thing using a DAX function, but even from here you can do this. And then if you want to sort the values in a matrix, you can click on three dots. Same way, you can sort by category, you can sort by revenue, or you can sort by this column. Or else even if you just click on the header, it will sort accordingly. Okay. And inside matrix measure, now you might wondering how this plus and minus signs are coming. So if you go to the formatting section, so these ones you can play and you can learn a little bit. So if you go to row headers, you will go down and you will see there is this plus and minus icon. From here, you can edit those things. Okay. And okay, then I will try to show you. Now I didn't still create any DAX measures, right? I just do everything from the fields. So still we are not using the power of Powerbi, which is the DAX. Okay. So before we move into DAX, I'll just try to show you a small presentation. So what is a measure? So DAX, we can use it in two ways: calculate columns, measures, and also for the tables. And this is what we call as a measure. Measure means it's some sort of a calculation. Okay. And when you do the measures, you will not see measures as a new column in your table. So that ones we call them as calculated columns. Measure, you can keep it in any table. Once you create the measure, it will not create additional columns. So it will not increase your model size. Measures you can see only when you drag and drop it to the report. So this is an example: quantity multiplied by unit price, and you can get the sales amount. Okay. So measures are created using DAX. Place your measures on a separate table to keep things neat and tidy. So you can create a new table. So I will show you how to create a new table inside Power BI. And you can create a new table and you can keep those measures in a particular table. I mean, there is no any hard and fast rule that you should keep measures in the same table. So you can keep it in anywhere. As long as you drag and drop it to the report, it will give you the values. Okay. That is the simple explanation about measures. But to be an expert in DAX, DAX is simple, but it's not easy. Okay. You need to learn the raw context, filter context, initial filter context, evaluation context, and also the context transition. These are the main things. I don't mind if you are doing a course from any other places, but if you don't have these content in your training, he's not teaching you Power BI. Okay, so just take your course content, see whether these fields are there in the course content. Draw context, filter context, the context transition especially. This is the main pillar. Okay, otherwise we will see the Power BI DAX will give you results like magic, but you don't know how the calculations are happening. So in order to understand all these things, these are the main pillars. Okay, wherever you do, so the calculations, make sure that, so wherever you do, wherever you are going to learn Power BI, make sure that these are available in this course content. Okay, now yes, we are going to do few DAX measures. Okay, not much. So first I will create a new table. Okay, so in order to create a new table, I will click on enter data, this one. Okay, this is how you can create a new table in Power BI. So I click on enter data. This will allow me to enter some value and create the data, but I'm not going to enter any values. I'll just say e measures. This is my measures table. I will just load. Okay, I'm not going to load it to Power Query. I'll just load it. Okay, key measures. So I'm going to create my first measure for the total revenue. Currently, we don't have any measure. So what I will do, I will select this table. I will click on new measure called revenue. Okay, so I'm going to use, so always the one before the equal sign will be the name of the measure. Okay, and then I can use some function. So I want to get the sum of this revenue column, right, in the sales table. So what I will say, go to revenue column. If I just type revenue, it will not give me anything. You have to put some sort of aggregation, sum. Okay, revenue column in the sales table. So I'm using the simple sum function just like in Excel, right? So the formula wise it's same, but the evaluation engine is different. Okay. So in Power BI DAX, we write formulas on the complete column or the full table. We don't use the cell references like cell B1 to C1 like this. Okay. So you write, okay, sum of this table, this column. Okay, when you press enter, it will create the first measure. Okay. Now we have officially created our first measure. Okay, and I want to create these key measures, this table, into a formula measure group. To do that, actually I don't know there is any other way to do this. What you need to do is there's a column one, right? Don't delete it, just hide this column. Okay, and once you hide it, can you see the key measures become a group now? Okay, now, and it's changed to calculator, right? See, so now this is my revenue. Okay, I can just drag and drop revenue here. So it will give you the same numbers like this, same thing. Only thing is you are using it in a measure now. Because without measures, let's say you want to know what is the last year revenue. Okay, if you want to do that, you cannot use the normal naked columns, these kind of not naked columns. You have to have a measure. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to calculate the revenue for the last year. Okay, or maybe let's say in order to get that, I need to add some I'll say year context here, and then I will drag and drop my revenue here. So year I have to put in the rows. So year by year I see the revenue, right? Now I want to see the last year revenue. So I will create another measure. I will click on my group. I can right click here and click on new measure. So multiple ways to do the same thing. Okay. Now revenue last year. Okay. So most powerful function in the DAX, calculate. So I'm going to give some little test about the calculate functions. I will show you. Using this calculate function, we can do a lot of things. You can modify the filters. You can remove the filters. You can change your calculation. You can do context transition, a lot of things. So I will just use this function You can think of it as calculate is like sum if you, I think you know sum if, count if, right? So calculate is like a combination of everything. He can do sum, he can do count, everything. So I am going to do some calculation. What is my calculation? I'm going to calculate revenue, okay, for last year. So I'm using one time intelligence function, same period last year. This is a time intelligence function because if you try to do this thing without time intelligence function, you have to do a lot of coding. Okay, you have to use filters, then you have to go to the last year. Likewise, you have to do some filtering. But these time intelligence functions, these are inbuilt functions, pre-built functions, which will give you the same result very easier way. Only thing is I have to refer to a date column. When it says date, I want to refer to the date column in my date table. Okay, that's it. When I press enter, it will give me the revenue in last year. Can you see, guys? Now, always the last year revenue is this. See, it's giving you the last year revenue in current year, right? Okay, then let's say I want to know the, yes, actually, next question is year over year growth. It's very simple. Now you have the last year and you have the current year. So it's very simple what you can do. It's a simple subtraction only now. So you can say year over year growth. Okay. You have done, you know, the current year revenue. So these are the filter context which I didn't cover you in detail, right? Because a lot of logical things are there, but I'll just show you year over year growth. So you can just say revenue minus last year revenue. It's simple. So enter. So because you will see the numbers are coming like magic. So now this is the growth, right? Year over year growth. And if you want to see it as a percentage, you can create a new measure year over year as a percentage, right? We can use the function called divide and numerator. I want to divide the growth. I want to growth divide by my revenue, right? So, and if there's any alternative result, if there's any errors, I would put 0. Now, this is my year over year growth. So it's in decimals, but any number in Power BI measures, you can format here. Once you select the measure, you can see the formatting part here. You can go ahead and click on percentage, and you can see if you want, if you don't want decimals, you can change that as well. Okay, then okay, then let's say for the percentages, you want to do some conditional formatting, right? So if it is minus, you want to say down arrow red color. If it is, so if it is positive, you want to make green color up arrow. So very easy, year over year, you will go here. You will click on this small arrow, conditional formatting, icons. Okay. So there are a lot of options are there. I'll just select this one. Okay, I will select, oh, sorry. I will add this one. If it is greater than or equal to 0, doesn't mean, yes, doesn't mean 1, right? 1%. And if it is greater than -1, can I say -1? Percent, and this minus. No. Greater than or equal to 0, I'll say number. Okay. Number is always easier for me. -1. Okay, now we'll see. Yes, all are green. And if you want to change the where you want to put it, like if you want to put left of the data, right of the data, only for the values, only or as totals, likewise you can change all these things. Top, likewise you can see. Okay. Okay, so now, yes, I want to do two more measures. I'm going a little bit fast, I know, because I want to finish with the given time frame. Let's say I want to know what is the revenue. I want to do a market share. So I want to find out because I want to find out the market share for my company, which is my company. Our company is Van Azadel. So let's say manufacture wise, I want to look at my revenue. Okay. And I want to share the market share of our company. So what I will do is I'll create a measure, a new measure called Van Asdale revenue. Okay, Van Asdale revenue. Okay, and what I will do, I will calculate. So always the calculate is the function to go the go to function. Okay, I will calculate revenue, and I will say it's just like sum if, right? What's the condition? If manufacturer equal to manufacturer, I will use manufacturer ID equal to, I think it's 7. Let's see, I cannot remember. I want to go and see into my table, manufacturers. Yes, it's ID 7. Okay. So what I try to tell is calculate the revenue, sum if or count if. Likewise, if is the condition, this part is my condition. If the manufacturer ID equals 7. Okay. So now if I drag and drop everywhere, I'll see this number only. Okay, because I just calculated that one. And then I want to know the market share of the Van Asdale. So how can I do? I can create a new measure. I'll click on here, create new measure. So Van Asdale, yeah. I want to use a divide function. I will use Van Asdale revenue by total revenue. So this is my share, right? And I can convert it to a what? Can convert it to a percentage. Okay, guys. Now, hopefully, yes, we have done with all our calculations. Now, all the measures we did only few measures because, to be honest, we don't have enough time to go through everything. 25 hours, 30 hours course, we cannot put it into 6 hours, everything. So now we will see how we can build our final solution, right? So this model. So I'm going to open that model. So yes, the materials and everything I will share. Forecast, in one visual there is a forecast, but it's not really advanced thing. So yes, forecast, you have to build some measures and you have to do the forecast by yourself. Okay, now you will see the full output. So now we are going to start working on this one. Okay, so I will jump into my dashboard. So I will just delete everything. Okay, and before that, okay, I will delete these ones as well. Okay, I will have one sheet. Now you might wondering, right? This kind of nice background designs. Okay, this is not something built from Power BI. So I have seen a lot of reports. Even I'm using this same method. Okay, like we will put backgrounds by using. You can create backgrounds using Photoshop, PowerPoint, right? You can create backgrounds like that, and you can use this background. So this is actually I created from PowerPoint. This is not from, actually I didn't create, this is from Microsoft, this data. So these are created from PowerPoint. Okay, you can create nice backgrounds like this. You can create a nice structure. It's really good actually. You can do nice coloring, you can put icons, you can do shading. Okay, You can do all these things, and you can build a nice background. And then what you can do is you can bring that background into your Power BI report. And on top of that, you can build your report. Okay. So that's a nice technique that you can follow in order to make your reports looks nicer. Just like a software, you are looking at the software UI, right? So what I will do is I will go here. First of all, I will try to load that image. Okay, so I will click on insert image, and I will go to my session data. I will first try to get this one, market share. Okay. If I take it like this, it will not work. Sorry. So this is just bringing me an image. So I have to do it in a different way. I have to click on my report. I have to go to my formatting. And from here, I have the page background. And click on add image. From here, I need to bring it. So when you bring it, you don't see it because transparency by default, transparency is 100%. Now I have removed the transparency, and it says image fit normal. Always try to keep it fit, and then you can get your nice background to your report, right? Now we will try to start building our report. First thing is this logo and this text value. So I will now insert an image. So I have the logo, this logo. I can just click on image, okay, and click on the image and click on load. So it will allow me to load image, and just I will place it nicely on top of the place that I want. Okay. Then I will create this market analysis text value. Okay. Yes, there's a question from Linton. Yes, I mean, if the data is in Excel, so what you have to do is you have to refresh manually, or else there's something called gateway connections, which you need to set up in the Power BI service. And then it will automatically go to your Excel file and grab the data. And every 4 hours, every 8 hours, it will update your report. Then I will click on text box. So, and I will type this market analysis, right? Market analysis. And I will try to change the font color from here to white. So the visualization part, I will do a little bit quicker. And now when I put it, it looks like this. What I will do, I will remove the background, okay? And I will change the font size to 28. Okay, then I will adjust this a little bit. Okay. Right, perfect. So first part is done, right? Now, I want to get the Van Arsdale market share. So what I can do, so I have a measure for that, right? So I will get the Van Arsdale share and drag and drop it in here. By default, it will create me a clustered column chart. So what I will do, I will convert it to a card. Can you see? So always, when you create a visual, you can just click on that and you can change it, whatever the visual you want. Okay, I'll convert it to a card, and always the background, I will keep it transparent because I want to get the colors from my background image that I created. So always I will remove the background, and always I try to keep the colors from my original background image that I created. Okay, and I will change the size from the data label. It's 45 currently, I will make it 40, or maybe 35. Okay, and then this part is the category. So I'll remove the category, and if I want to add a title, I can just put a title, switch it on. Van Arsdale market Yeah. Okay. Likewise, I can put the new title. So title, you can do a lot of formattings. You can make it center. You can make it bold. You can change the font colors. So a lot of things you can do. Okay. Likewise, you can put it. Okay. The first part is done because trust me, guys, visualization is very easy, and I will share the Telegram ID as well. So I was waiting a lot of time, right? So guys, this is the Telegram link. So link you can click on install Telegram in your mobile or computer. Join for this group, and from here I will share all the information, next information about sessions. So don't go away now. Just just because you got the yes, this is the link for the Telegram group. Okay, so and again I will do some explanation about our courses as well. So this is our site. So this is the Power BI training because I am suggesting you, like if you are from finance or HR, don't go and jump into like HR related dash Power BI course or the finance related dash Power BI course, because try to get the foundation properly. Because what we do is from this course, we'll be giving you the uh, foundation from this course. We will teach you everything from the basic, not just the foundation. We will take you from basic to really advanced level. Okay, we are not missing anything. We will be teaching you everything. So you will get a really good knowledge. You can see from the comments from our students, because recently we started this website, so that's why there's a few students, but you will see there are so many like really positive comments, because our training structure is very simplified. So even you are coming from business background, it doesn't matter. Even though you don't know anything about Power BI, so you will get a certificate after the course. Yes, you will be getting a certificate, and you will be getting the training materials. You will be getting the video of the all the sessions, because Power BI is not something that you can learn just after watching one session. So you have to keep continue with it. And the best thing is, after our training, after not just after our training, but after 4 5 months, you can sit for the Microsoft certification. You can get certified from Microsoft. So that's the best certification you can get. We are also issuing a certificate, yes, but you can get that Microsoft certified data analyst. Okay, and this fee is a very low rate. To be trust me, guys, this we are giving a very competitive rate in the market because it's all online now. So and you will get a really good content for this training. So okay, then I will jump into this final part of our presentation. Then I will see, and wait and see, guys, because we will be doing these buttons, how you can do, and adding this button to your report. So we will make highly interactive. Okay, so step by step we will jump into that part. Okay, then I want to add a small stack column chart. Okay, stack column chart by manufacturers with their growth rates. So I will put the growth rate, so year over year growth, and then I will put manufacturers names to the axis. Okay, now you will see the growth rate and 10 0 10 20. So you can rename it as percentage growth by manufacturer. Maybe you can get the format from this visual as well. Okay, you have the format painter just like in Excel. You can put it in here, year over year percentage. So if the title doesn't give you a really meaningful name, what you can do, you can go to the manual titles. So growth rate by manufacturer, right? You can put a manual rate name like this title. Okay, then okay, we have that as well. I will just move it here. Okay, then let's say I want to show this kind of a target. Okay, let's say this is our target. So let's say 15% is our target. So you can add a line like this. You can go to the analytics. You can add a constant line, maybe 0.15. Okay, and maybe it can be a solid line, dashed or solid line. You can use a different color. We will use some dark color like this. Okay, so this is our target. So you can see whether with all your manufacturers whether they have a growth rate above the target. Okay, then we'll see how we can create revenue by country. So how we can see this revenue by country wise analysis. Okay, so what I will do is I will drag and drop. So country. Okay, when I just drag and drop countries, it will show you the country values like this. Okay, but it doesn't make any meaningful, it doesn't give you an insight, right? It just highlight the countries in your map. So what we want is if you can see country by country based on the sales, if this bubble gets changed, right? The bubble size, I think that is awesome. So to do that, what you can do, now you have the countries in the location, and can you see the size? There's something called size. In this size, I will drag and drop the revenue. Can you see? Now the bubble size is changed based on the revenue. And also if you look at this one we call as tooltip. Okay. So if you want not only to revenue, if you want to show the cost as well when this tooltip, this black color icon, you can, or maybe revenue last year also, you can just drag and drop in the tooltips. So when you hover your mouse, you will see the current year revenue plus the last year revenue as well. And anytime you can change the formatting from auto to 2 decimals or 1 decimal, and you can make it 1,000 separate. You can use the 1,000 separate as well. Okay, so likewise you can use everything. You can change the formatting anytime. Okay, then if you want to change the map view, you can map styles. You can select aerial map, something like this, light gray sky. You have dark, you have road. No, I saw there is some nice map. Why I can't see it? So from here, you can change the style. There was a nice style. I am looking for that one, which I can't find now. Okay, so likewise, this aerial, it's supposed to be like natural map print. Ah, yes. Okay, so this one. So, okay. Oh, okay, guys, I will check that one. If it says, just give me 1 minute. Maybe try again, maybe because of the internet. Okay, we'll see. Um, okay, then what I will do, sorry. I will, so we have done with the map. Okay. We have done with the first two part and the map also. So map, now it will show you based on the revenue. It will show you the bubble size will get changed. Okay. Now we will move on to the third part. And before that, we will move on to this date. Okay. So Now, currently we don't have a date selection. So what I will do is I will go to date and I will drag and drop just here. So it will, by default, it will create a table, but you can click on this slicer, okay, this one, and convert this into a, what do you call, a slicer. But here, there are few options. Okay, I will take this only the date value. Okay, instead of hierarchy, I'll just take the date value. Okay, currently earlier it was showing the hierarchy. I will do it again, guys. Sorry. So I will just create a one slicer. Okay, I'm going to create this date slicer now. I'll just drag and drop date into here. Okay, then you will see this kind of slicer. From here, when you click on the small drop down, okay, you will get more options like between, before, after. So I will use this relative date. Okay, using this, you can select a relative date. We can select, maybe I will select years. Okay, last 1 year, or maybe last 10 years if you want to analyze. But this relative filter will work from today. Okay, so, or else you can just add the dates filter here. So you can do as per your requirement. You can just add a drop down for the date and for the month, year separated like that also. I'll select this one and I will always use the formatting. I will remove the background color because I always want to. I will remove the header as well. Always I want to get the background color and I will change it to the data colors. I will change it to what? Background, title, data, date range is okay. Numeric inputs, I will change it to white. Okay. And background color is nothing. So now when you select the days, last 10 years, it says 2011 January to 2020 December, you are selecting date. Okay, now you see all the data. And then I will try to, okay, then I will try to create the revenue by year and the manufacturer. Okay. Yes, there's one chart. Okay. 1 minute, guys. I just opened the chat from my the computer. Can't see anything. Yeah, a lot of everyone says Telegram link is not working. I will send you one more link. Okay, just give me. It's supposed to work. Okay, no worries, guys. If the time permits, I will send you the Telegram link, or else I think hope everyone in the LinkedIn group, right? I mean, in the LinkedIn event page, everyone is there. So I will update everyone on the LinkedIn event page. Okay, if I, so I will share the details of the recording in there also. Okay, so it doesn't matter if it is not working. So just be on that event page. Don't go out from the event page. Okay, so I will give you an update on the recordings and everything on the event page itself. Okay, so don't sign out from the event page. So I will use that event page to update you all. Okay. So then revenue by manufacturers by years. So I can put, this is a line chart. So I will create a line chart here like this, and I will put revenue. And then by year, I want to look at the revenue. So I'll just put year into the axis. Okay. But instead of just year, I will put the drill down Okay, so I can drill. I will put the hierarchy, so I can drill into different years. And then this one line, it's showing me all the revenue. Okay. Now, if you want to split the revenue by manufacturers, I will put a legend. So I will put a manufacturer's name here. So it will show me the different manufacturers. So it will not show you all the manufacturers, because what we have done, we have created a report level filter, right? So because of the report level filter, you will see only the top 5 manufacturers only. Yes, guys, regarding the course, um, just you can, if you're okay, I will just drop my LinkedIn ID, or anyways, I will contact you guys from WhatsApp. I think I have all your mobile numbers and everything. So emails. So you can connect with me on LinkedIn as well. So really appreciate. So I'll just share you my LinkedIn post here, my profile. So you can join with me on LinkedIn. I will just send a chat to everyone. So just click on this and you will be taking me to my LinkedIn profile. From there, yes. So from there you can connect with me. You can ask any questions. So and we'll be in touch. Okay. And this one, it shows you the revenue by each year, okay, and by manufacturer. And if you want to add, so there is this. If you want to add the data labels, it's pretty easy. Currently, it doesn't show you any numbers here. So you can go to the formatting and you have the data colors, data labels. You can just switch on the data labels. Okay. And guys, as a best practice, always try to keep one number format. Like if you are showing your numbers in millions in your report, always show it in the millions. Okay, don't show revenue in billions and cost in millions. So always try to use one display unit like millions or billions or whatever the number format. So I think maybe yes. So, oh sorry, I have shared the I have not shared the link with everyone. Okay, I think thanks Faris, sharing you the link, sharing me my link. Okay, then okay, revenue by manufacturers we have. Then we can jump into the next visual, which is revenue by segments. Okay, so you have segments here, different segments in our products table. So you have the segments, yeah. So by segments, we can look at our revenue. So you can put category, segments, and the revenue. So what I will do is I will put again revenue here, and then I will put category, product category. Where is product category? It's coming from the products table. I will close my LinkedIn now. I'm getting messages now. So I will reply later. I'll just close it. Okay, so revenue by segment and category. Sorry. Category, where's my product category? This one, axis, and by segment. Okay. And this I will change it to a scatter chart, or else, yeah, category segment revenue percentage growth. And yes, year-over-year growth, I can put it like this. Now, into this chart, I can add something. There's something called play axis. That means we can play these values year by year. Okay. What you can do is if you add year to the play axis, what will happen? So your report, when you click on play, it will get changed year by year. I think you may have seen these kind of charts in the internet, right? In the social medias, you have seen. So when you see like these numbers, how the numbers are changing. So you can build this kind of visuals using display axis. Okay, instead of years, you can put months or the dates. If you put dates, it will go day by day. Okay, so first chart is almost done, I think. Okay, I'll just repeat it. I did a little bit quickly, I know. So what we did was, so this is a clustered column chart, and you guys, you can change the titles accordingly as you require. And here I have put the category and the segments. Okay, segments, and in the x-axis I have put the revenue. In the y-axis I have put the revenue growth rate or this percentage. Then can you see in the scatter plot chart, we have something called play axis. So this will allow you to play your numbers, the values, using a particular period. Like if you put quarters, it will add quarters, quarter by quarter, how the numbers getting changed. Or else if you want year by year, you can just replace it by years, and you can see, so year by year, how your numbers has got changed. So it's just a matter of adding to the play axis, and you will see the numbers getting changed. Yes, thank you, Tushar. Thank you for sharing the Telegram link. And then what we can do is we can create another visual. So this one I will rename it as market share. Market share. And then I can create another page. So I think this one is almost done. So hopefully, yes, we have added everything. So now we can move on to the manufacturer analysis. Okay. And here we can rename this as manufacturer analysis. Sorry, manufacturer analysis. Okay. And just like the previous example, what I do is I will import a background. So this background thing is really awesome. You can create very flashy or very appealing backgrounds, because if you try to do it with the visuals, it's really hard. Okay. So what you can do is you can create a nice background and you can add that into your report. So like this. Okay. Always by default, transparency is 100%. You can change it. Always keep it fit. And now you can add the visuals on top of your this background. Okay, so what is the structure of my second? So I have the same logos. So what I will do, I can just copy from the previous report. Okay, when I paste, it's asked me whether you want to sync. So market analysis also, I will just copy and I will put it in here. And this is yes, the play axis is only available in the this is scatter plot, scatter chart only. Okay, and the map I will, okay, map is okay, simple. So what you have to do is you can just click on the map visual, which you find it in here. And also by default, when you drag and drop a country field, the geographical field, map will automatically create. After that, what we did was we drag the location. For the location, we put the countries. And but if you don't put revenue here in the size, it will show you the same bubble, okay, everywhere. So that's why we put revenue into the size. Then it will show you the different bubble size based on the revenue amount. Okay. And for the tooltips, you can add more fields. You can add any number of fields. So I have added revenue last year. So when you hover your mouse, you can see this revenue and the revenue last year as well. Actually, you can do advanced tooltips, because when you hover, you can see a full chart here. But during today's session, we don't have enough time to show these things. But in our full training, yes, we are covering all these things. Like when you hover your mouse, you can show, okay, in this country, full analysis in a small chart. Okay. Okay. So I hope it's clear. So now I will move on to this one. This is manufacturer analysis. So I'll rename this as manufacturer analysis. Okay. Then what I have to do is just like the previous one, I will build the calendar in this one also. So I'll just take the copy of the same calendar. Don't sync. Always when you copy visual from the another page, so it will ask you whether you want to paste it. So don't sync it. So don't sync it. If you sync it, when you change it from here, it will change it in this one as well. So all the materials and the backgrounds and everything, guys, it's available in the materials. Okay, dashboards, background, even the final report and everything. Okay, so then I will create this gauge chart. Okay, I will try to create this gauge chart, and I will show you the revenue and the revenue last year, a comparison. So I can create this gauge one. Okay, so this gauge chart you can use when you do the comparison between the target and the current value. Likewise, you can do the comparisons. Okay, let's say I want to put revenue as the value. So this is the value that I want to show. So by default, it will fill halfway and it will give you the double the number at the end here. Okay, it will fill halfway and it's taking the double of the same number in the maximum value. So that is how the basically gauge will work. But if you want now, you can add the target. Let's say currently we don't have a target, but let's say I want to compare it with the last year. So in the target value, maybe you can put last year value. So this is the last year result. So that is your target and you have achieved it. Or else you can use target or the last year value as the maximum value. Okay. Then you will see whether you have achieved it or not from the target using this gauge chart. So you can change it to, here we are using as the target. So I'll change it to target. And always this number we cannot change actually. It's always take the double of this number and it will show you like this. So revenue and last year revenue, right? You can change the name revenue and revenue last year. That's fine. And you will see this visual here. You can change the background color. Always do that because you are working with this thing, right? You are working with a background image. So in that case, always try to remove the background. And then can we see the data set of the gauge? If you want, you can do something called bookmark or else show as table. If you click on show as table, it will show you the value because in the most of the time you will see only one value, right, in the gauge. So you click on this show as table, it will show you the values. So there's a question from Ali regarding that. Okay, then I will create, these ones are not very hard, it's very straightforward. Revenue by country. Okay, so I will create a chart. I'll drag and drop revenue by, it's a bar chart, and then I will put the countries, not from the factors table. Where's my geography table? This one. Okay, so country by country revenue. I think there is some issue with the one value is not picking up, but it's okay. Always don't keep the background, remove the background. Okay, so I'll remove the background and then I'll keep it like this. You can change the titles the way you want. You can add data labels. And then if you want, so they should be in the max values and as well as the Not okay. So you can see the country by country. What's the revenue? Okay, in this revenue by country chart. So it's just a bar chart. You just put values in the country axis and the revenue revenue in the value section. Then it's as a best practice, always convert your numbers, data labels to one particular numbers, even in axis. Display units, make it millions or billions, whatever the same. Work. Okay, and then from here, I will show here the revenue, the last year revenue, and the percentage of revenue. Okay, so I'll create a category chart. So I create a matrix here. Okay, I'll create a small matrix here. So I'll click on the matrix. So I'm trying to show you product category by category. I will drag and drop the hierarchy. So from the products table, this category hierarchy, and then I will drag and drop the revenue. Okay, and the revenue as a percentage. So I have to do this one, and then I will convert it to percentage. Can you remember show value as percentage of grand total? And then also as a bar revenue and the revenue as a bar. So in order to do that, I will just drag and drop another fields here. So I have three fields. This one, instead of showing the number, I will show the conditional formatting. So what I will do is I will go to conditional formatting, show data bars. Okay. Show bar only, this one, and I will click on OK. Okay. So it will show me only the bar without showing me the data. So now if you want, you can sort it like this. So basically, this will show you the amount, sorry, the revenue without any numbers. Okay. Okay, guys. So yes, if you have any questions so far, just have to replace the default column bar with an image like cars, kids. Okay. So you might have seen a lot of different visuals with cars. There's a question from Meda. So in order to do that, actually, you can't do it from these visuals. What you have to do is you have to go to. So I will give you a small introduction about the custom visuals. So now here you can see only 37 visuals only, right, inside Power BI. But if you want to do any advanced different visuals, what you can do is click on these three dots. Okay, here, click on get more visuals. Okay, now when you go here, it will take you to the app source, just like you are downloading app from your iPhone or Android phone, right? You will take you to the app source. Here, there are so many visuals that you can use. So as you requested, so as per the Meda's question, so this will allow you to use different functions, different visualization. So all these custom visuals, different formattings will available in here. Okay. I think this is the dot plot. I think from this one, it will help you to Meda's question. So you can just play around with these visuals. Okay. So there are a lot of custom visuals are there. Some are free, some are you need to pay something. So using these ones, you can do create advanced visuals in this way. Okay. Hope it helps you, right? Okay. Then finally, we will see the revenue by year and the growth as a line. So in order to do that, you have to add something called combo chart in Excel. If you use Excel, you know what is the combo chart. So we have the same combo chart in Power BI as well. So you can use this. You can use the date field here, and then you can use for the column values, you can use the revenue, and for the line values, you can use the revenue percentage. Okay, and you can use something like this. You can use full table. Okay, and I will always remove the background, so it will take the background of my issue. Okay, then finally, how you can add this one. This is play axis. Okay, actually I don't have downloaded that play axis, so now I need to go to the custom visuals. Click on get more visuals. So it's a custom visual, so it's not coming from the Power BI itself. So now I need to search for that visual, play this one. Okay, so I can click on that. I need to click on add. Okay, so once I click on add, what will happen? Import custom visual. It has imported that custom visual. Can you see here? Now I can click somewhere and I can create that visual, and then I can drag and drop some date field. So I can put here into this. By default, it will show you black. Okay, but if you want to get different color, I will go to the background and I will remove the background, and you can go to the enable colors. From here, colors, show all, and you can use different colors and you can play your full report based on years. Your report will get changed, right? One by one. Okay, now I did it quickly. I didn't consider too much about the formattings. So you can change the titles. So we have almost completed except this drop down or else this titles, right? So okay, so now I'm going to show you how you can uh, achieve this one, how you can achieve this drop down, and how you can change your model accordingly. Okay, so okay, in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create. So thanks guys, everyone. So don't don't leave the session. Try to wait till the end of the session. Okay, so I will add a slicer. Okay, and I will add a slicer, and I will add the name of the manufacturers from the manufacturer table. Okay, so now it will give me a list of manufacturers. Okay, and if I want to convert it to something like this button, what I have to do is this. First you need to get the slicer, then you will see this list. After that, you need to go to the format, and from here you need to use in the general orientation, you need to change it to horizontal. Okay, then you will see this kind of buttons. Okay, but okay, our requirement is, I will remove the background as well. Our requirement is not to put the names, right? We want to put what? We want to put these icons, right? In order to do that, first thing is in the manufacturer table, can you see there is some links? So these icons as hosted in a GitHub folder. So I have a link for each and every image that I have. So what I will do is instead of this names, what I will do, this manufacturer, I will replace it with the logo, this link. Okay, by default, it will show me the logo without anything. But what I have to do, I have to go to this logo and I want to convert the data category. Currently it's uncategorized. I have to change it to image URL. So if I click on image URL, Can you see? This logos will get updated with its own image. I think it's still loading. So within some time, it should get update. Why it's not getting update? Okay, I'll just drag and drop it again. Yes, okay. I did it again. So now my logos has been properly identified. So when I click on by default, I told you, right? In Power BI by default, when you do on any selection, by default, it's interacting with everything else. Okay. Now we will show you how you can. Okay. So in order to do this, you need to upload your image. Maybe you can upload it to your Google Drive. Okay. Or maybe OneDrive, and you need to give the URL, and that URL should be there in your table. Okay. Then only you can convert it to an image. So yes, then now we will see how to add. Yes, so the logo data, in the sense we have the URL. That means you have to update. So Krath is asking whether the logo data is already there in the base data. So logo URL we had. So in our manufacturer table, we have this URL. So this URL links to the, you can host your images in any place, maybe OneDrive, in Google Drive, and get the link and put that link into the in front of the manufacturers. Then you can use it like this. Okay, then what we're gonna do is we want to, the final thing, final touch up is we want to add these buttons. When you click on the button, it will hide and show, right? So in order to do that, so I will just minimize this. I will add those buttons. Okay, so I will click on insert image. I think I don't have these buttons. Okay, what I will do is I will add a button from here. Okay, so I have the left button only. Okay, I will try to copy it from my other. Not sure whether I can do it. Control C, Control V. Yes, I can. So I will just copy these two buttons. So these are just images, okay? So I'll just put it in here. Okay. Now what we are going to do is something called bookmark. Okay. Using bookmarks only we have achieved this. Okay. So when you click on this button, it will show you, and when you click on this one, it will hide you. So using bookmarks, we have achieved this result. So what we need to do is, now you have a current view in your report, right? With this slicer for the manufacturer. So what you need to do is, okay, I will go to my report. This is my old report. I will close this. Okay, old one. I'm getting confused with the two reports now. So I will minimize this a little bit. This one also a little bit minimize, and I will take this to here. Okay. Okay. Now I will increase the size a little bit. Okay. When I click on this button, I want to hide this. When I click on this one, I want to show this. So we have done this using a bookmark. So what you have to do is, you have to create a bookmark for the current view. What you see now in the screen, you have to just create a bookmark. You have to take a just snapshot. Okay. So using that snapshot or the picture. So basically we are just taking a picture. Okay. So we can do using the bookmark option. So what you do is you go to the modeling, view. Okay. Can you see there's something called bookmarks here? Okay. So you click on bookmarks and you will click on add a bookmark. Let's say I will show. Okay. I will say show. Bookmark name is show. And make sure that when you are creating bookmarks, there is an option called data. That means when you are creating the bookmark, if you have any filters, let's say you have filtered like this, okay, your model. But when you are creating that bookmark, do you want to that you want to capture that filter as well, or else ignoring any filter? That means this bookmark will work even when you change the filters as well. Okay, but I will try to show you. Now I have created some bookmark filter here, right? And now if I click on update, okay, and I will create another bookmark by hiding this. Okay, so I cannot do that because if I now click on show, so if I remove this and if I click on show, can you see when I click on show that bookmark will activate that filter also? But I don't want to do that. Okay, because different time there will be different filters. So what I want to do is when I create the bookmark, I want to remove this tick mark and then I will click on three dots and update. Now when I click on show, it will just show me this current view. Okay. So make sure to remove the tick mark in data always when you create the bookmark. So when you click on show, it will just show you this view. Then click on this one and go to selection, activate the selection and click on this icon. Okay. You are hiding this icon. Okay. Using this selection, you just hide this slicer. Now you need to create another bookmark. Remove the data, just say hide. Okay. Now what you do when you click on show, it will show you. When you click on hide, it will hide you. That's what we did, right? That's what we want to do. Let's delete the selection pane. Now, very simple. I will select on this one. When I click on this one, I want to hide. When I click on, I want to show that slices, right? So I will click on this one. I will go to action. When I click on any button, it will activate this pane and it will show me this action. Action here, I will put bookmark. I want to show. And same way, I want to see a bookmark, hide. Okay. Now it's pretty simple. You have to press Control and click here. It will hide, show, hide and show. Right. Hope it's clear. So now you can click on the buttons to change your report. And yes, that's all. That's our final product. So now I will just try to show you how to do the publishing part, how to put this report, and then yes, thank you, Nicholas. So and we'll try to publish this, right? So I'm not going to go in detail about the publishing. So I will click on publish. Okay, then it will what happens always now Power BI you will not be just like you are sharing Excel file, you will not be able to share a Power BI file with someone else. Okay, so in that case what you do, you always do the publishing. Okay, you click on this publish and it will put a copy into your Power BI service account. So I will go to my demo PBI reports and click this. There are some workspaces, something called workspaces. So my workspace means something like my documents in your computer. You can see my documents, but others in your network, they don't see your my documents, right? So my workspace is something like that. And the other workspaces are just like network folders. So anyone who has access, they can see it. So I select the demo reports and select that, and I will publish. And then thank you guys, thank you everyone. So please try to join for my upcoming trainings also. So before we go into the publishing parts, I'll just give you again some introduction about our trainings. So this is our website. So we have multiple trainings. So we have even Excel. Okay, I told you, right? I will show you something in Excel. So even Excel, we have the Power Query features. So we have a separate training like advanced formulas, Power Query in Excel. And also if you are planning to do a financial reporting, okay, using the Power BI, so you can view this report. So this is completely built within using Power BI. So you can click on any button. You can see the P&L, balance sheet, cash flow, the revenue trends, and receivables, everything you can see, everything built from the GL level. So this will completely automate the full operation in your organization, right? Because I have done a lot of consultancy. So mainly your receivable agings and everything, you can completely automate using Power BI. And also, so since you are joined for this today's event, you will be getting a 10% discount. So you can get the training for 899 dirhams, so like $250 something. So which will cover all these things, and we'll be starting a new batch. So you can message with me on LinkedIn, or else you can chat with me on LinkedIn, or you can go to my site, and from here also you can message. And then you can connect with me from different sources are there. Also, you can join with our Telegram group as well. And okay, now we'll jump to our was the final part. So now I will show you in the service how we can handle this. Okay. So I'll jump into my Power BI service account. This one. So we just okay. Once you publish a report, it will no, brother. Certificates we are not giving. At least the main goal is to give you some knowledge. So who cares certificates, right? I mean, you can get the Microsoft certification, but here I want my main focus wanted to give some knowledge. But try to join for the courses, or the best thing is try to get the Microsoft certification. That's the best thing. So okay, is it possible to get data from a metrics visualization? Like, is it possible to add this metrics as a table in the data model? No, it's not possible. But only thing is you can export your any visual in Power BI. So Sagar is asking a question. So any visual in Power BI, you can export it, okay, into a CSV file, and you can get it as a table. So, but I'm not sure whether that's your requirement. Okay. Now, once you do the publishing, any report, it now based on the workspace that you publish, so you will see it in here. So now I have published the current report in here. So this is our current report that we worked. So here, when you want to, this is the place where you used to share your reports in any other user. You can see it. Now you don't need PowerPoints anymore. When you want to do a presentation, you can come here, click on full screen, and you can do any presentation here. If you want to hide, just hide it. If you want to show it, you can show it. You can select anything. It's highly interactive. And if you want to go to back previous sheet, you can do anything. You can play. You can select a particular country, and you can do any sort of analysis. So, and then if you want to share your reports, now you can just click on share and click on report. So you can share the report within your organization colleagues with only. So you have where you have the same email address. So you can put their email address, okay, like, and You can select the people from here and you can share the report. Maybe you can give some permission for them to edit the report or just to view. Okay. And yes, and if you want to add the integration on Teams, like if your company is using Teams, now there is some integration with the Teams as well, where you can share your reports in Teams and comment in the team itself. So there is some back-end work for that. And also now these are reports, right? These reports you can pin to a dashboard, right? That means you can click on any visual in your report and you can click on pin visual. And let's say you want to put it into a different dashboard, like getting visuals from different reports and put it in one place. And then you can create a dashboard in that case. So I'm not going to do much on this area. So I am planning to, yes, I will just share the Telegram link and I'm planning to end the session from now. But before that, I will just share the Telegram link as well. And I just request everyone, I have a small request. So I will give you the permission to show your video. I would like to see you. So I will just ask, okay. Now you can share your video. So I have shared the Telegram link as well. So if possible, just show your view. So I can take a picture of everyone and keep it. Okay, guys. So thank you for joining. So really interesting session. So a lot of people joined from a lot of different countries. So I'll increase this size. Okay. So thank you everyone. Hope, yeah. So I'm planning to end the session from here and hope to see everyone in my upcoming trainings. So you will get certificates and everyone, all the training materials from the upcoming trainings. And also I will share these recordings and the materials. So you can connect with me on LinkedIn. You can just drop a message on LinkedIn. And just, so thank you very much, guys. So I'm planning to end the session from here and hope to see you all again. Okay. Thank you, and bye bye.